Good evening. Thanks for joining us. We are following two big stories tonight, war and politics. A fourth consequential night in the war with Iran. It's 4:30 a.m. in Tehran, 3 a.m. in Tel Aviv, and we've seen a new Iranian drone strike on another American diplomatic outpost, the second in the last 2 days. Here at home, polls have started closing in Texas, where a U.S. Senate primary race in that ordinarily deep red state is getting a lot of attention from Democrats looking to turn the Senate blue in November, and we'll have extensive coverage of that Texas race. But we begin with the war and breaking news. Qatar tonight saying an Iranian ballistic missile has hit Al Udeid Air Base, which is the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East. According to the Qataris, there were no casualties. This came a short time after the Pentagon released the names and photos of 4 of the 6 service members killed in another Iranian drone strike over the weekend in Kuwait. All 4 of those whose names were released are from an Army Reserve logistics unit out of Iowa. They're Captain Cody Cork, who was 35 years old, Sergeant First Class Noah Tijens, who's 42, 39-year-old Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore, and Sergeant Declan Cody, just 20 years old. Our thoughts are with their families tonight. No casualties at the American consulate in Dubai after a suspected Iranian drone hit the compound earlier today. Also tonight, a new and detailed update from U.S. Central Command on the state of the war.
Many of you may remember the shock and awe strikes of 2003. The first 24 hours of this operation were nearly double the scale, and we continue with 24/7 strikes into Iran from seabed to space and cyberspace. Now we're less than 100 hours into this operation, and we've already struck nearly 2,000 targets with more than 2,000 munitions. We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side. For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman, and we will not stop.
Well, caught in the middle of all of this with Iranian reprisal attacks targeting countries from the eastern Mediterranean to the Strait of Hormuz, there are a lot of Americans in harm's way with no way out. Secretary of State Marco Rubio today said that about 1,600 Americans have already asked for help getting out. Yet 4 days into the war and after months of war planning, this is what you hear when you call the State Department hotline we're showing you at the bottom of the screen, the one Secretary Rubio has been urging Americans to use.
If you are calling about the crisis in the Middle East, please press 1. If not, press 2. Please do not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation at this time. There are currently no United States evacuation points. Please continue to check the embassy's website for updated information. In the event of ongoing military action, Americans should shelter in place until it is safe to move about freely.
Well, at home, administration officials briefed lawmakers ahead of Senate debate this week on a bipartisan resolution requiring the president to get congressional sign-off for any additional military action in Iran.
I think the president has the authority that he needs to conduct the activities, the operations that are currently underway there.
We shouldn't be proceeding to legislation, providing votes to proceed to legislation until they put an authorization for military force on the floor of the United States Senate. This is as serious as it gets.
As we said at the top, we are also covering a big election night. So in the hour ahead, we'll be checking with our correspondents and political professionals on that. And on the war, CNN's Clarissa Ward is near Iran's border with Iraq. CNN's Caitlin Collins is in Washington and in Tel Aviv with new Israeli strikes outbound and a new wave of Iranian drones reportedly inbound. CNN's Jeremy Diamond. So we begin with him. So Jeremy, what more can you tell us about this broad wave of strikes launched by Israel in Iran, and what are they targeting?
Well, Anderson, this has been an extraordinarily active day of Israeli airstrikes over the skies of Iran, likely joined by American strikes as well. As far as the Israeli strikes are concerned, indeed, the Israeli military is describing the strikes that are happening right now as broad strikes, targeting in particular launch sites, aerial defense systems. And I can tell you from speaking with Israeli officials that one of the primary goals of the Israeli military right now is to degrade Iran's capability of firing ballistic missiles at Israel. Those are the missiles that have killed at least 10 people so far in Israel in these first days of this war. And indeed, it appears that Israel is succeeding in degrading Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. While we have continued to see ballistic missiles being fired from Iran towards Israel, it does appear like those barrages are getting smaller by the day. That is at least the trend line, although it's clear that Iran still retains some capacity for firing these missiles. Earlier today, I was on the outskirts of Tel Aviv with Israel's paramedic and rescue service at the scene of a missile that was intercepted, but nonetheless, just the shrapnel from that missile able to partially cave in a roof, resulting in 7 light to moderate injuries among people there. So these missiles are still posing a threat to Israelis, but in a sign that Israel is confident this threat has been reduced, as early as Wednesday night, we expect that some flights are going to start resuming back to Israel, mostly bringing Israelis who are stuck abroad back home.
And Clarissa Ward is joining us as well. Clarissa, sources have told CNN that the CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces to try to help foment or spark some sort of an uprising in Iran. Is it clear how that might unfold? And do we know much about this? Is this a kind of a new effort?
Well, Anderson, this is a pretty extraordinary development. We actually sat down earlier on tonight with an Iranian Kurdish senior leader who told us that Iranian Kurdish forces are literally preparing a ground operation inside western Iran in the coming days with the support of the U.S. and Israel. He wouldn't give any details as to what exactly that support looks like, but he did tell us that President Trump actually spoke on the phone today with the leader of the KDPI. That's one of the big Iranian Kurdish groups here. He wouldn't characterize the details of the conversation, but he said it was a positive conversation. And this is something that is coming at the same time as this reporting from Natasha Bertrand, Elena Trine, and Zachary Cohen that the CIA is actively arming Kurdish forces, Iranian Kurdish forces, in order to try to foment civil unrest in Iran with all the many multitude of risks and complexity that that entails. But one of the big ones here, in terms of questions, will be the response of the Iraqi Kurdish leadership here in Iraqi Kurdistan, because they have tried very hard to kind of carve out a neutral path in this conflict. The relationships that they have with Iran and with Turkey are very important, and this really puts them in an extremely difficult position. So we are now waiting and watching very closely to see how they're going to respond, if indeed this ground operation is going to go forward, and what that will look like, and what this broader operation that the CIA is involved with will look like. Because again, the complexity, the dangers, the risks are multiple, Anderson.
Well, let me just follow up with you, because this is, I mean, kind of remarkable that you were talking to one of these folks today. What are their, how many troops do they have? What sort of weaponry do they have? How capable are they? How big a force are we talking about?
We're talking thousands, but we don't know a specific number. There are 5 groups that have joined in this coalition. The Iranian Kurds have historically been treated appallingly by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I asked them, you know, when you look at what happened to the Syrian Kurds, are you not concerned that you are going to be ostensibly, you know, used and abused in this scenario? But they're so focused on trying to get back into their homeland and to carve out an autonomous region. They like to see Iran be a federal state. I asked them about the weaponry, because to our knowledge, they don't have heavy weaponry. He was pretty coy about that, Anderson. He basically just said, you know, don't worry about that. We're prepared and we're always ready to go in. So it's a pretty extraordinary moment, and I think making a lot of people across the region extremely nervous, Anderson.
Jeremy, you have some new reporting on how the plan to kill Iran's supreme leader actually came together. What have you learned?
Yeah, that's right, Anderson. As in previous cases where Israel has achieved, the ability to assassinate some of its enemies, whether we're talking about the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah or others, in this case, we are finding out once again that this was a strike that was the result of years of intelligence gathering, and this specific operation involved Israel hacking into the traffic cameras in Iran's capital city. That allowed the Israelis to have real-time information about some of their targets. This is according to a source who was briefed on this operation, who I spoke to. It helped them establish a pattern of some of these targets, and one of the groups of individuals that they tracked were actually the elite bodyguards to some of Iran's senior leaders, and Israeli officials, intelligence officials, were able to watch as these bodyguards were coming and going from the very compound where the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed on Saturday morning in that opening wave of Israeli strikes alongside dozens of other senior Iranian officials. And this was just one piece of the critical information that the Israelis had, combined with signals intelligence, human intelligence, all of it fed into an AI-powered data center that allowed the Israelis to build up this bank of targets and choose the right moment to be able to take out the supreme leader and other senior Iranian officials.
Oh, it's fascinating. Jeremy Diamond, Clarissa Ward, thank you. At home 4 days into the war, the administration is still trying to explain why they decided to strike Iran and why now. Yesterday, you may remember, Secretary of State Marco Rubio surprised many with a comment he made to reporters suggesting that a decision by Israel to attack Iran led the U.S. to join in.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed.
Those remarks were widely criticized, and today President Trump claimed it may have been him who forced Israel's hand.
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that.
That was the president this morning. Now here's Secretary Rubio late this afternoon.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked
okay.
a question.
No, were you the one that? Because somebody asked me a question yesterday. Did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that follow-up, and I said no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program. That Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday.
More on all this from CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Kaitlan Collins, who joins us now. It's clearly they now seem to be on the same page or in sync in their explanations. It did not seem that way yesterday.
Well, it also didn't seem that way this morning when the president was asked that question. And I think the reason we're seeing this change, Anderson, is because the administration and the president, they were facing a lot of criticism from people on the right who walked away from that answer from Secretary Rubio yesterday, not what he said just there, but what he said repeatedly yesterday during that back and forth with reporters about why this had to happen now. That was the question that was being posed to him. And obviously, the argument coming from him was that Israel was going to strike anyway, and Iran was going to hit back at the United States should they do that. And the president arguing that he believed that there was going to be a preemptive strike from Iran because they were worried about Israel striking them. And that was why the United States needed to get in. They faced criticism from that because people on the right were taking that answer as the White House saying that because Israel was doing this, that is why the United States felt the need to do it. And so the president obviously offered a different answer today, saying that he actually was the one he believes who forced Israel's hand on this front. And it matters, obviously, as the White House has been trying to rally support for this decision. and for what the president is doing here and get Republicans behind what exactly is being carried out here. But those are two very different reasons than what we heard from the Secretary of State yesterday and what we heard from the president this morning.
Yeah, certainly. Caitlin Collins, thanks very much. We'll see you at 9. One of Caitlin's guests is going to be former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg as the results start coming in from tonight's big primary races in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. We're going to dig into that as well coming up in this hour. Next, though, more on the war, the administration's justification for it, and fighting of it. We're joined by top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, also by retired Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. Ahead. With Iran continuing to lash out at targets around the region, including the American consulate in Dubai and the big American air base in Qatar, and with hundreds of American civilians stuck in harm's way, lawmakers got a briefing on Capitol Hill today on the war from administration officials. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Adam Smith, ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. He took part in yesterday's briefing for the Gang of Eight. Congressman, thanks for being here. I'm wondering what your reaction is to these new details from CENTCOM. Nearly 2,000 Iranian targets struck by U.S. forces, destruction of hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers, drones, 17 Iranian naval ships. Is it clear to you what the strategy is here, what the objective is?
It is not, and that's part of the problem. It's bounced around a lot on a number of different pieces. You know, from being in that briefing and talking with other people, it seems like the strategy is to hit Iran as hard as possible, and President Trump has made allusions to what happened in Venezuela. Now, comparing Venezuela to Iran is just a remarkable amount of ignorance, much more complicated problem in Iran. But I think President Trump's vision, to the extent that he has one, is that he will batter Iran to the point where no matter who is left in charge, they will feel like they can't stand up to the U.S. and they'll have to do what we ask them to. Now, that's not really playing out, and also, it leaves behind the question of all the people in Iran who want a bigger regime change than that, and frankly, the means and the ability of achieving either one of those outcomes.
There's been this report about the possibility of the CIA or others arming Kurdish forces in Kurdistan in Iraq to enter Iran, tried to foment regime change. I'm wondering, is that something you would support?
No. I don't support regime change, and we're seeing how this plays out. I mean, look, think of it this way. I mean, Trump is basically a bull who just walked into the world's largest, most densely populated China shop. Everywhere he turns, something breaks. As you were reporting, okay, so you send in the Iranian Kurds. How do the Iraqi Kurds react to that? Are they then dragged into the war and attacked even more? As you mentioned, we have, over 100,000 U.S. civilians trapped in the Middle East, being told to leave even while the airports are shut down. Hezbollah and Israel are now back in a full-scale conflict. It's spiraling out of control with no clear plan how to have an off-ramp, either a short-term off-ramp or to your point, what's the sort of long-term plan here? Is the CIA planning on backing Kurdish rebels to eventually overturn the government and give us a new government in Iran? And who's that going to be? We have walked into a huge mess. This is exactly the lesson that we should have learned, and that President Trump claimed he had learned when he was running for president, from Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya. You just can't go dropping a bunch of bombs and know where it's going to go, particularly in the Middle East.
What role should Congress have in this?
Yeah, well, Congress should have had approval in the first place. And by the way, that's the reason for the little, dance step with Marco Rubio about, well, Israel was going to attack and then they were going to attack us. That's the argument that this was an imminent threat, which is the only justification for this type of large-scale military action without congressional approval, is an imminent threat. Well, President Trump shot that down. He said, no, I decided to go hit them. And by the way, there is no evidence whatsoever that Iran was getting ready to attack. They were building up their ballistic missile capability, definitely a problem. But there's no evidence that they were going to attack us or Israel anytime soon. So, that's the problem with justification for this, which means Congress's role is we should have to approve this before it goes forward. That's the vote we're going to take tomorrow on a war powers resolution. And I think even if you support this war, and I don't, just to be clear, but even if you support it as a member of Congress, House or Senate, you should be willing to go on record and vote to back that up. The president shouldn't be allowed to do this on his own.
Congressman Adam Smith, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
Joining me now is retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. He's the author of a new book, which is incredibly moving, If I Don't Return, A Father's Wartime Journal. We're going to have Mark on next week to talk about the book because it's really good. It's in bookstores March 10th. General Hertling, I appreciate you being with us on this topic. When we look at this map of where the U.S. and Israel have struck, I'm wondering what your assessment of this mission is so far and where you think it goes from here.
Well, from both a tactical and operational standpoint, Anderson, the individual battles, if you will, of aircraft strikes and Navy missile, Tomahawk missile strikes, they're doing very good in terms of the tactical fight and putting those battles together for an operational plan. But as Congressman Smith just said, if you don't have a strategy, those two things don't matter. Where we stand right now, I think, is the very beginning of something that the president's administration did not anticipate, that Iran gets a vote and they get to fight back. They are going to do their very best, just like Hamas and Hezbollah did, of extending the timeline. And we, the U.S. as a nation, we tend to get bored with combat. So we will become bored, the nation will become bored with this while Iran continues to draw it out. I also think we're going to see Iran putting leadership in the security apparatus. They're going to continue to replace dead leaders. They've got a plan for that. They learned the last time they were attacked by Israel and the United States what to do. And doing that is going to keep the regime in place, in check. They were trying to vote on new leaders today when those new leaders were struck. But truthfully, they have a transformation plan. They know what they have to do to maintain the offensive and defensive operations. And then finally, I think they're going to continue to raise the cost for the U.S. and Israel by continuing these fights with other Gulf Cooperation Council members. We're seeing an extensive number of Iranian strikes against other countries in the best way possible. And they're mixing the cruise missiles that they have, the long-range missiles, with those Shahed drones, and baffling some of the air defense systems that are in defensive positions in those countries. So the fight is going well from an Air Force campaign perspective, but we're talking about long-term strategy and understanding what the enemy is going to do.
I mean, you know what happened in Iraq better than anybody. De-Baathification, which was the policy of the U.S., led to essentially funneled all these people into an insurgency. They had access to weapons, they had military training, and suddenly they were without power and they were fighting back. The CIA now, there's this sources telling CNN that the CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of sparking a popular uprising in Iran. We've seen incredibly brave protesters go out into the streets. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands have been killed. You still have an awful lot of people from the Revolutionary Guard Corps on down who are armed and have weapons and access and the levers of control still.
Yeah, there's estimates when you're talking about the Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Basij, the two major groups, along with a lot of other minor groups inside of Iran. They will continue to fight, and the estimates of the size of those are anywhere from 400,000 to about 700,000 fighters. And they all have pretty good weapon systems. They're well armed as infantry forces. I heard your question to Congressman Smith about the Kurds. And when I first heard that, the CIA manning the Kurds, I think you and I talked one time a long time ago about my experiences with the Kurds. You have about 8 or 9 different Kurdish parties that are in Iran, Iraq, and Syria. You mentioned that. They all don't get along with each other. And I'm not sure they're going to come together in a common bond like they did against ISIS to try and take over what's left of the Iranian government. It's just a mission that's too big. And if you haven't planned that beforehand, and if the U.S. government is just beginning to think of, hey, maybe we should arm the Kurds, it's a little bit too late for that. That takes a whole lot of coordination, a whole lot of on-the-ground discussion and collaboration with those groups to get them into a fight. And I'm not sure, unlike what happened in Iraq, that they would be willing to fight against the Iranian government. And plus, it's a country that's 3 times the size of Iraq. And it's a whole lot more space to move to go into the capital city and trying to provide the leadership for any kind of resistance group.
Yeah. General Mark Herdling, always good to talk to you. We'll talk to you next week as well. Thank you. Up next, we have breaking news in Texas. The hotly contested Republican and Democratic Senate primary races. We'll get the latest from our reporters on the ground in the Lone Star State. And John King is at the Magic Wall. You're looking there at 4 major Texas Senate contenders competing in Democratic and Republican primaries that have taken on new significance this time around because control of the Senate is in play, and even deep red Texas could be too. Some polls have closed there. CNN Chief National Correspondent John King starts off our coverage. So where do the races in Texas stand right now, John?
Anderson, we are counting the first votes of this consequential midterm year, so that is breaking news in its own right, but we have a long way to go before we know anything clear about these 2 marquee Senate races, primaries in Texas tonight, plus a few great House primaries as well we'll want to watch. This is the Republican map as we have right here, but just the fact that we're talking about this, right, tells you something. John Cornyn is a long-time Senate incumbent Republican from the state of Texas, and yet he faces a big primary challenge this year from the MAGA conservative Ken Paxton. Now, the president has not endorsed in this race. He says he likes all of the candidates. Congressman Wesley Hunt is running as well. We're very early on in the vote count. You see Senator Cornyn ahead a bit there by 21,000 votes. We just got our first votes in Dallas County. That's the second largest in the state. And you see that Senator Cornyn is leading there. If he is to win this primary, you have to get 50%. 50% plus 1, or else we have a runoff down the road a little bit between the 2 top candidates. This is what Senator Cornyn would have to do. Think of this as establishment versus Trump, if you will. We've talked about this for years. Establishment Republicans like Cornyn in a primary, he has to win in the urban areas where you have the suburbs, the more affluent, college-educated Republicans, not so Trumpy Republicans. They might vote for Trump, but they're not so Trumpy, and look for Paxton when we get out here in all these rural counties to run it up like Trump does. So we're going to watch this one as it plays out on the Republican side. Again, a competitive Republican primary involving an incumbent who was in the Senate leadership is a big deal. It tells you about tension within the Republican family. Now, the question, as you mentioned, is this the year? How many years have we said might Texas finally go blue, at least for a cycle? You have 2 prominent Democrats running here. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, she's ahead at the moment, just shy of 52% of the vote. State Senator, seminarian James Tallarico is running there. These are both progressive candidates. A lot of people want to cast this, Anderson, as sort of the liberal versus moderate. That's not really fair. Their personalities are very different. How they sell themselves are very different, but their approaches are pretty similar, left of center there. And again, none of the urban areas here. We had some Republican votes in Dallas. We have nothing from Dallas County when it comes to the Democrats. Harris County is Houston. That's number 1. Dallas County, Dallas obviously number 2. Then you go over here. We do have some. Tarrant County is number 3 in terms of size. That's Fort Worth. You see Congresswoman Crockett ahead a bit there. And then you're talking about the San Antonio area, the Austin area, but they're just starting to sprinkle in. We're going to be at this for quite some time. But you make the point, will Texas be competitive in November? If you and I are talking about Texas on election night come November, that tells you Trump and Republicans are having a very, very, very bad year. If red Texas is in play come November, that's bad news for the White House.
Yeah, John, thanks very much. We're going to check back in with John throughout this hour. Right now, I want to go to CNN's Jeff Zeleny. He is in Austin at the campaign headquarters of the Democratic Senate candidate, James Tallarico. So what's the latest there? What are you hearing from voters?
Well, Anderson, one of the reasons that no votes are in Dallas County yet, the voting has been extended there for 2 extra hours. So that is something that has thrown a bit of a curveball into the late stages of this race. There was some confusion over where voters were supposed to show up and vote today. They did a precinct level voting as opposed to just showing up to a wider voting area that everyone could vote at. So all eyes of both candidates are on that. But the bigger question here, Anderson, hanging over this race is what type of fighters are Democrats looking for? What type of resistance are Democrats trying to build? Jasmine Crockett, of course, a member of Congress from the Dallas area, she portrays herself as the strongest fighter of all, taking it to the president and Republicans. James Tallarico, a state representative from the Austin area, he casts himself as a fighter, yes, but in a softer mold. He talks about love over hate. He is trying to build the party through Democrats, yes, also some moderates, and even some disillusioned Republicans. So, Anderson, for all the voters we've talked to here, as we spent quite a bit of time here in Texas, I'm thinking to a man from Houston we met yesterday. He 3 times voted for Donald Trump. He went to see James Tallarico and said he's voting for him because he said he believes it's time for a change. How many voters are like that? We shall see, but that's one piece of anecdotal evidence out there that James Tallarico is building and expanding the party. Of course, Jasmine Crockett is trying to fire up the Democratic base. Anderson.
All right, Jeff, thanks for that. I want to go to Dallas and the campaign headquarters. The Republican candidate Ken Paxton, who's trying to unseat the longtime incumbent Senator John Cornyn. CNN's Arlette Saenz is there. What's the latest there, and what are you hearing from voters?
Well, Anderson, voters here are gathering as they hope that the state's Attorney General Ken Paxton will be the eventual GOP nominee. Paxton is posing a very real political threat to Senator John Cornyn, who is in one of the toughest political battles of his longtime career in Washington. Paxton and his allies have argued that Cornyn is not conservative enough, that he is not closely aligned with President Trump. But Cornyn has tried to push back on that, and he has also tried to argue that some of the past controversies surrounding the state's attorney general, including on legal levels and personal levels, that would be detrimental to Republicans' ability to win here in Texas in November, not just in that U.S. Senate seat, but also in down ballot races. Now, in speaking to operatives with both the Cornyn and Paxton camps tonight, they are anticipating that this contest will head into a late May runoff because it is a crowded three-way field that also includes Congressman Whatley Hunt. These campaigns are expecting that they may not reach that 50% threshold to avoid the runoff. And this has already been an incredibly expensive race, with it expected to bring in even more and more money in the weeks to come if this does, in fact, extend to that runoff.
All right, Arlette Saenz, thanks very much. We'll continue to check in with you. We're going to get some perspective from our political panel next. We'll be right back. CNN can make a projection in the North Carolina Senate primary. On the Democratic side, former Governor Roy Cooper projected to win. And on the Republican side, it is Michael Whatley. Here to talk about it, CNN senior political commentator Scott Jennings, CNN chief political correspondent Dana Bash, CNN senior political commentator Van Jones, and John King is back as well. John, I want to start with you. What's the early vote telling you right now?
So let's just look quickly at that North Carolina race. This is one of the races where Democrats are hopeful because they have a good statewide candidate, a former governor, running in the primary. Roy Cooper getting, this was not a hard call, 93% of the vote as the votes come in. So he will be your Democratic nominee. This one's a bit more interesting. I'd like to hear Scott's view on this when you get to the panel. With Michael Whatley was the former Republican National Committee chairman. He's become a Donald Trump guy. He used to be more of an establishment Republican. The two candidates running against him are more MAGA candidates here. Michael Whatley's winning easily. Don't get me wrong here. He's getting 64% of the vote. He will be the Republican nominee in November. But you are seeing a bit of a, more MAGA candidates getting some of the, what you would think of normally as the Trumpy base. So some of the Trump base not going with Trump's candidates. Is that a big deal? We find that out in November when folks vote in the general election. But I just point that out that Roy Cooper coasts and Whatley has just a little bit. Let's just look at Texas. This is the marquee race we're going to be talking about tonight. And again, we're nowhere close here. Number one, as Arlette and Jeff were talking about, both campaigns, Cornyn and Paxton, believe this is going to head to a runoff. We'll see if we get there. You have to get 50% plus one to get there. We're at about 26% of the vote. We're beginning to get some votes. If you're Cornyn, you're seeing Harris County. That's the largest population center in the state. You're getting 39 to 39 there. So that's a draw. If that's a draw at the end of the night, then guess what? We're going to a runoff. Cornyn would have to run it up here to surprise us in places like that. Because when you get out here into these rural counties, you should expect Paxton, although Cornyn's doing well up in the top corner of the state, but you should expect Paxton to do well in the smaller rural counties. So very quickly, don't want to take all the time. Just look at the Senate Democratic primary. Tellerico has pulled into the lead. Crockett was ahead early on. But again, we got about 30% of the vote counted. But as we get more votes, again, we're waiting on Dallas. They kept that open a little longer because of some polling place confusion. Harris County, 53-45. That's the largest vote center there. So a long way to go. It's just great to be back counting votes in first primary night, Anderson. This is going to be a big monumental midterm year.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating night. Dan, I mean, both primary races in Texas are kind of indications of for both parties, really, of a path forward.
Yeah, no question. And look, this traditionally is not a state where we look to see a possible general election matchup that is going to matter. A Democrat hasn't won statewide since 1994. But there are also, to your point, kind of mini races that are indicators of where the Democrats are. And it's not as if, and I think John made this point earlier, James Tellerico and Jasmine Crockett are super far apart on policy.
It's more approach.
But it's more approach and personality. Jasmine Crockett is an internet sensation. And that's how she became well-known across the country, and even more so in Texas, where she was already known. And Tallarico is trying to win with a more pragmatic approach. He talks about his faith a lot. He's trying to insert that back into the Democratic Party. Yeah, and on the Republican side, this is the ultimate test of a traditional Republican, John Cornyn. We were talking is kind of the ultimate country club Republican. And Paxton, who has tried as hard as he could for the past 10 years to be as MAGA as possible, leading the charge, particularly on lawsuits, wherever he could, on behalf of the president. And that.
Scott, where do you see this race, and how concerned are you about all the money that's being spent by Republicans on this? I mean, it should be a...
Makes me very happy.
Yeah, sure.
Of course it does, Van.
So much money.
Well, look, number one, it is a big split down there. And, you know, Cornyn's been a reliable ally of Donald Trump. He's been a reliable Republican. Mm-hmm. It's the performative nature of it. It's the attitude. It's the way you carry yourself in the new Donald Trump era. Cornyn sort of predates that era. And so some of it is stylistic, and Paxton obviously thinks he has energy that better matches the current iteration of the base of the Republican Party. But Cornyn's been around a long time. He's been a very reliable and conservative Republican, even if rhetorically or performatively he doesn't do the same things that Paxton does. Interestingly, there's a third person, Wesley Hunt, who's a congressman. He's going to get some votes. That's going to keep this probably in runoff territory, and you're talking about money. So if Cornyn and Paxton do go to a runoff, there'll be a huge amount of money. But I'll tell you, that's where Donald Trump comes into play. He did not choose a candidate in this primary yet. He has relationships with all three. But if you get to a runoff, both Paxton and Cornyn will be making an argument to the president, hey, let's just settle this now, and you tell the people in Texas who you want. Cornyn would say, I'm more electable statewide. Paxton would say, I'm a more reliable ally. And we'll have to see where the president goes. There are some Republicans who believe that Paxton would be a harder sell statewide in a tough midterm year. And that would be an argument that Cornyn would make to say, hey, we don't have the money to do this. You don't have $100 million to spend here in Texas, and that's why you should endorse me. But a lot of it will fall on President Trump's shoulders if he chooses to get in.
Van, what do you think on the Democratic side?
Well, look, Jasmine Crockett has a different theory of politics. The policy stuff is pretty much the same, but her view is if you put somebody up who's a fighter, who's electric, that people who don't vote will come out. You can change the map, you can change the math with a different style of politics. Tonight, we'll see if she's correct. If she's correct, that should first show itself inside our own party. And if she pulls this off tonight, then it's a signal that maybe there's some new wisdom emerging from the grassroots that a different style of politics can change the math. But I think most people would usually go with someone like Tallarico because they think he can pull in the moderates. He can pull in even some Republicans, as we saw tonight. This is up to the voters. We can sit up here all night long and talk. We will see what the grassroots thinks is the best way to take on Donald Trump. But don't think that Jasmine Crockett is just an internet sensation. She is that, but she also is trying to see if she can change the turnout ratio of unlikely voters. There is a strategy here.
For people who are sick of kind of the tone of politics today.
Well, then Tallarico's your guy.
That would be the argument for
that. I mean, if you want somebody who's going to go toe to toe with the people who jump on TV and do like Jasmine's your person, but some people are tired of that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No question about that. I thought you were going in a different direction with that question, which is on the Republican side, because Paxton. I mean, you were talking about how it's gotten ugly. It has gotten really ugly on the Republican side. And it is in large part because Cornyn is jumping on a lot of issues that Paxton has had.
Yeah,
Never mind
he's got
personal
a lot of
issues.
personal baggage.
Well, look, he ran an ad, John Cornyn, at the end of this primary that when I first saw it, it like melted my eyebrows off. I've never seen anything like this before. And I mean, it touched a lot of issues. And even if you do see things that incendiary, it's usually an outside group. No, this was incendiary, and I'm John Cornyn, and I approve this message. It was wild, and so to your point, it has gotten a little chippy down in Texas. There's no love lost between these campaigns.
Why do you think the president hasn't weighed in?
He
just wants to see where the wind is blowing?
Well, I think in the short term, meaning up through the primary, John Cornyn is a longtime senator. As you said, Scott, yes, the two of them are very different stylistically, but Cornyn has voted with the president consistently. And Paxton has been on the front lines for the president. I mean, he was there with the president after January 6th. He was suing people left and right.
He went to court in the courtroom.
Exactly. Suing people left and right after Joe Biden took over.
Yeah.
So
we would love to go up there.
And Wesley Hunt, the third person, he's been a big... So Trump had legitimately 3 allies. It was a tough choice.
We're going to take a quick break. Back with everyone as the vote in Texas continues. As Texas counts the votes, we were talking primary politics and what it could mean. To that, we go to John King. Before the break, he called it a monumental midterm year. John?
It is a big year. Remember 2018, that put the brakes on the Trump presidency. Democrats won the House. Nancy Pelosi became Speaker. The question is, does that have again? President's approval rating right now tells you it's a possibility. Texas is leading us off on the first big primary. And I'll just give you a quick update on the Senate race right now. State Senator James Tallarico, 52% to 47% if you round up for Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. What's interesting about this, Anderson, Jeff Zeleny told us earlier, Dallas extended the voting hours for a couple hours, so we have to wait to see when those big Democratic location comes in there. But Tallarico is running it up in the more moderate counties right now, the more rural counties, smaller vote count, but this is how Trump does it. You run it up big in these smaller counties and it helps you, but it's early in the vote count. Again, a lot to still come in Dallas and a lot to still just check in Houston. We're up to almost 70% down there in Harris County, so we'll keep watching that. And then the question here on the Republican side, does somebody get to 50% plus one? That would avoid a runoff. None of the campaigns think that will happen. Senator John Cornyn, the incumbent, ahead right now at 44% when you round up. The Attorney General, Ken Paxton, a very MAGA candidate at 39. But again, you're seeing the votes trickle in here. But the key here, Anderson, as we watch this, we'll try to see where are the splits in the Republican Party. But most likely, still a couple hours of counting to go, most likely we go to a runoff in May here between the top two.
John King, thanks very much. Back with the panel. How much do you think James Tallarico, his prospects were boosted or name recognition was boosted by the whole thing with Stephen Colbert?
That was a big rocket for him. He had to be a real news nerd to know who he was before then. But that moment where, suddenly, Stephen Colbert, who's obviously a legend among Democrats, says, hey, this kid, Trump and these guys don't want to hear from. I'm going to let you hear from him now. That's when he really, he got $2.5 million, I think, the next day. And it put him on the map. You could see it kind of irritated Jasmine Crockett a little bit that he was getting all this attention because up until then, she was very far ahead. If, in fact, he closes, probably that's the day that started.
Yeah,
You think that's...
I definitely think it was true. Like you said, we obviously knew Tallarico. We were covering him, looking at, the kind of personality he was, but it was completely different after that.
Pay for that level.
You can't, which is ironic because it was Jasmine Crockett who before was getting all the sort of, earned media online.
Scott, you look skeptical.
Well, look, but let's just admit, it was an op, right? Trump had nothing to do with it. It was CBS's lawyers that had raised internal issues.
No, it's not,
it was a total sort of a hoax about how they positioned it. But I tend to agree.
Details.
I know. Well, I'm glad that's what you think. But I tend to agree.
Democrats...
I'll tell you this. It showed where the Democratic establishment is on it. They don't want Crockett. I think the Republicans would love to run against Jasmine Crockett because she's easier to paint as a radical. But it kind of showed you where the power brokers in the Democratic
You
Party.
think Tallarico would be harder for Republicans to run against? He has more crossover appeal, you think?
Probably, although I still think he's an extremist. But Crockett is easier to paint as a radical. I think that's become clear.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it, everybody on the panel. One last note. Toward the top of the program, we played a portion of the message you hear from the State Department when calling the hotline that you see at the bottom of your screen. Well, they have updated that recording to say that the U.S. is committed to helping U.S. citizens who want to leave the region to do so. If you're calling for assistance with travel, please stay on the line. Previously, the message that we had played essentially said that we can't help you. Call back, keep checking. Now they're saying, please stay on the line, that someone will help. At that point, the caller is eventually connected to an operator. That's it for us. The news continues. The election coverage, The Source with Caitlin Collins, starts now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And there is breaking news on several different fronts as we come on the air tonight. In the Middle East, Iran has just hit another American target. This time, it's the biggest U.S. military base in the Al-Udeid as the war is continuing to widen in its fourth night now. Qatar says an Iranian ballistic missile struck the base a short time ago, but we are told that it did not cause any casualties. This comes after an Iranian drone managed to also strike the grounds of the U.S. consulate in Dubai today. It was on fire, as you can see here. Officials say no one was hurt there yet either. And a source is telling CNN tonight that the CIA station in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, was also hit on Monday in another suspected Iranian drone strike on that U.S. embassy. What we are seeing is Iran's escalating retaliation, now forcing the United States to close embassies in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Lebanon indefinitely tonight, as the Trump administration is scrambling to secure military planes and charter flights to get stranded Americans out of the Middle East. The other big breaking news here at home is it's election night, the very first primary elections of the midterms, in what is a key year for the White House and Congress here in Washington. We're keeping a close eye right now on Texas, where most of the polls have now closed, though Dallas County voting has been extended for one more hour after there was some confusion among voters about the correct polling locations. In the race for the U.S. Senate on the Democratic side, the state representative, James Tallarico, is leading right now Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett with about 35% of the vote in. We're still watching those numbers incredibly closely. In the Republican primary, the incumbent, Senator John Cornyn, is now leading with just over 30% of the vote in. We find CNN's John King, where he always is on election night, at the Magic Wall with the latest numbers. And John, obviously these are two incredibly closely watched races. What are we seeing in Texas right now?
And let's start, Caitlin, with the Democratic Senate primary in Texas. Why? Because it's the first primary night of a very big midterm election year. And one of the big questions is, will Texas really be in play come November? We won't know that for some months, but we will know tonight who the Democratic nominee for Senate will be. As you mentioned, State Senator James Tallarico with a narrow lead right now, 52% to 47% if you round up Jasmine Crockett, the Democratic Congresswoman there. Long way to go, though. You know that Dallas they changed the rules in Dallas about where you vote, and so some of the voters were confused. The judge said, let's keep the polls open a little bit longer to let people find a chance. So nothing there. Urban Dallas Democratic stronghold. We have to wait there. It will have a huge impact on this race. The largest county in the state is Harris County. That's Houston and some of the suburbs around it. Congresswoman Crockett with a healthy lead there, but Mr. Tallarico holding his own as you look out. At the moment, when you're waiting for the bigger urban centers to come in, let's just check Travis County, which is Austin, down here. That's the fifth largest county in the state. Tallarico, again, a state senator. He goes to work in Austin every day. He's running comfortably ahead there. He'll be happy with that. The Democratic establishment county, if you will, the government establishment county. But we're still waiting on Bexar County, that's San Antonio, still waiting on Dallas County there. So a long way to go in terms of the big urban centers. But if you look at these rural counties up here, the smaller rural counties, that's where Tallarico has built his early lead. The question is, Caitlin, does it hold up when we get more votes in the urban centers? A very closely competitive race here. These are two left-of-center candidates. They're not really different when it comes to the issues perspective, only modestly, but they're very different in terms of their stylistic approach to politics. So we'll see who the Democrats decide to send up in November. And then the question is, who would that Democrat be running against? John Cornyn, longtime establishment Texas Republican, who has become more Trumpy because he's had to here in Washington. He's the incumbent, and he's ahead at the moment, but three candidates in this race. If you don't get 50 plus one, you have a runoff in May. Ken Paxton, the state attorney general, a cloud of ethics around him for years, and yet he's a big MAGA favorite. He's an election denier like Donald Trump, has helped President Trump with a whole bunch of lawsuits on big issues. Yet Trump has not endorsed in this race. So where are we? 44% to 39%. Congressman Whatley Hunt, again a Trump ally. One of the reasons Trump didn't endorse. Three people who have been with the president in big fights there, running at about 14%. If you look at it right now, in the major urban area, again, very close. This is actually a bit of a surprise to me. Houston, you have more establishment Republicans, more college-educated Republicans, and Paxton is holding his own against Senator Cornyn at the moment. And you come up to Dallas County and you look here, that's where Cornyn has a bit of a lead. One of the things the Democrats argue, Caitlin, this is what they argue, and remember in past cycles they have said we can make Texas blue, is that some of these voters, your George W. Bush voters, if Paxton is the nominee, might say, I can't do that. He's too MAGA. I'll go Democratic. We don't know it'll be Paxton. Probably going to have a runoff there, but that's something we'll watch again. Texas in our conversation as we begin the midterm year vote count.
Yeah, White House is watching that one very closely. John King, we're going to be checking in with you a lot this hour, so keep us updated. And also, as we are keeping an eye on Texas, we'll bring you the results there as we learn more, as John King is at the Magic Wall We're also following that breaking news in the Middle East tonight. CNN's Aaron Burnett is joining me now from Tel Aviv. And Aaron, obviously we've seen all of this happening with the retaliation ratcheting up, the questions for the White House about what this looks like and what could happen next. What's the latest that you're seeing on the ground tonight?
Yeah, so we've been seeing right now, as we speak, a heavy onslaught on Tehran. The Israelis say there's a new offensive. United States saying as well, lots of strikes. They're also coming out, Caitlin, and saying there's been about 2,000 strikes just by U.S. forces in, they say, the 100 hours since this war began. So starting to put some of that out. Also just coming in the past hour or so, an update on what the U.S. says it's done to the Iranian Navy, saying that they've taken down 17 ships, and they say there's not a single Iranian ship left in the Gulf of Oman, the Strait of Hormuz, or the Persian Gulf. So that's what they're saying right now. Also saying that there's been Iranian strikes coming back. And certainly we've seen that here tonight in Tel Aviv, several waves of strikes. Although we've also seen that, as you pointed out, Al Udeid Air Base, we understand, that is, of course, the largest military base in for the United States in the Middle East. And that was hit by an Iranian ballistic missile just within the past couple of hours. So all of this, if you look at the time zones here, all happening well after midnight on this Wednesday morning where we are. But right now, the focus that we understand of the U.S. and Israeli strikes is primarily on trying to destroy the launch pads, Caitlin, where Iran is still successfully launching some of those ballistic missiles and drones. And they are actually putting out a number here. They're saying there have been 500 ballistic missile strikes by Iran around the Middle East, obviously mostly here, but UAE second since the war began, and about 2,000 drones. And those drones, Caitlin, have been very targeted and very accurate. When you talk about the U.S. consulate in Dubai that you just mentioned, when you talk about hotels where U.S. service members may have been staying on specific floors, the Iranian intelligence has been accurate, but no doubt their ability to wage the war has been degraded. But the sense that I'm hearing from Iranian officials, that sort of bolstering, ready to go, they are very much in this, and they believe for the long haul.
Yeah, and obviously the White House is trying to shut that down and blunt that. Aaron, please stay safe. Thank you for that report. I'm also joined now tonight by someone who served as a Naval Reserve intelligence officer in Afghanistan, ran for president in 2020, and served as President Biden's Transportation Secretary. Pete Buttigieg is here. And thank you, sir, for being here, because obviously a key question as to what's playing out and all that retaliation by Iran that Aaron was just talking about is how Americans in the Middle East are supposed to get out and what's happening. And when the president was asked today why there was no evacuation plan, he told reporters, quote, because it all happened very quickly. I wonder what you think stranded Americans make of that answer.
Well, it's unacceptable. When the U.S. government is telling Americans they need to get out of these Middle Eastern countries, then the U.S. government needs to be helping them do that. And, this is obviously timing that was decided by the President of the United States. So it's not as if the U.S. government, the administration, didn't know this was coming. Look, the world knew something was coming because of the military buildup. So the idea that only now are they coming up with plans to evacuate Americans makes no sense. There have been many previous instances, including, the aftermath of October 7th. That was something that the U.S., of course, did not know was coming, and still within days was mobilizing very quickly to get Americans out of the region. And here you have a case where there is a war of choosing, a war of choice launched by the President of the United States on the timeline that this administration chose. And only now are they thinking about how to evacuate the Americans who are in harm's way? It just makes absolutely no sense.
Well, and as far as internally in Iran, the president has been saying it's time for the Iranian people to take over. Today he was saying not yet because it's not safe out in the streets. You're someone who previously supported working with the Kurds in Syria. There's this plan that CNN's reporting on that the CIA is considering arming Kurdish forces to help with a potential ground invasion in Iran. Is that something that when you hear it, you think is a good plan, a doable plan, something that's achievable?
Well, we don't know much about that plan. I think it raises a lot of questions, especially given the lack of regard for planning that the administration has shown up until now. And it's clear on a broader sense that there's not a clear plan for achieving the mission, because the president can't tell us what the mission is. What we do know is that Americans are paying the cost for this already. First and foremost, of course, the service members, some of whom have already given their lives in this conflict. And then more broadly, the entire American people, the American economy. Gas prices are already up, and that's just the beginning of the likely inflation that will be triggered by this, and just the diversion of resources and attention. You know, I happen to be in eastern Pennsylvania right now. I was talking with local officials describing the impact of the effect here in this region when funding for Meals on Wheels was being cut, funding for aids in classrooms being cut by an administration that says that we can't afford that. And meanwhile, we've got billions being sent into the Middle East for a war whose mission, according to this administration, seems to be changing by the hour. This gives me very little confidence that they can plan anything at all.
Yeah, and obviously, affordability has been a key concern for voters. You know, one thing we've heard from the administration on this front and on the criticism they faced by Democrats over this is they say, well, what were we supposed to do about Iran? They were trying to get a nuclear weapon. They have all these ballistic missiles. You talked about Iran when you were running for president in 2020. I want to remind people about your viewpoint then.
Ensuring that Iran does not develop nuclear weapons will, of course, be a priority because it's such an important part of keeping America safe.
And Mayor Buttigieg, to be clear, would you allow Iran to become a nuclear power, yes or no?
No. That our security depends on ensuring that Iran does not become nuclear.
You also told the New York Times then that it wasn't just the nuclear program that was concerning, or the nuclear potential. It was the ballistic missile program, malign behavior, threats to Israel, human rights abuses. Some of those are the same things President Trump has cited. So how do you think that they should have handled this differently?
Well, I believed those things now, and I believe them then, and I believe them now. Look, Iran has been a particularly malevolent actor, and that's why, under the Obama administration, they figured out a way to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons without having to fire a shot. Look, we should have no illusions about the Iranian regime, and this is personal for me. You know, when I was in Afghanistan, any time that we were taking our vehicle outside the wire, when I was driving a vehicle between Kabul and Bagram, I knew that the IEDs that were the greatest threat to the lives of me and everybody in my vehicle could contain what were called EFPs, explosively foreign projectiles, that were killing American troops left and right, that could have killed us, and that were supplied by the Iranians. They were a gift from the Ayatollah. So we should have no illusions about the Iranian regime. The question is it a smart move for the United States to launch a war committing American blood and treasure to overthrow a leader, especially when there is no plan or vision for what will come next? It's not even clear that this president is determined to overthrow the regime versus just kill some of the leaders while the broader regime remains intact. There are other ways to keep America safe, and what we have learned, frankly, the hard way in my lifetime, is launching a reckless, chosen war, when that is not your only option, can unleash chaos that makes Americans even less safe.
Can I also get your take on, as we're following that and what's happening in the Middle East, and I mean, huge questions about what comes next. We're also following, you know, what's happening here politically at home. You talked about speaking with voters today and what the midterms are going to look like. It's a key concern for everyone here in Washington. We're watching the results come in Texas, where Democrats have not won a statewide race, as you know, since 1994. Do you think that your party can break that 32-year drought?
I certainly think that it's possible. I have been in so many areas that lean conservative, that are more open to the message that Democrats are bringing, not because everybody's suddenly moved to the left, but because they see that this president has broken all of the promises that he made to his own base. He said no new wars, no regime change, and now he's launched this war. He said he was going to come in and lower prices. He has taken actions that have directly increased prices, like making all of us pay the tariff, the tax that he slapped on so many goods, about $1,000 a household, going to that just in the last year, and taken other actions that have made it more expensive to try to get by in this country. Now, that is not a solution for Democrats. It is an opening for Democrats, because we can talk about a better, different vision. And the leaders I see stepping forward to do that are really getting a lot of traction. Again, just in the last couple of days. I've been in Pennsylvania's 7th and 8th districts, currently represented by Republicans, where there are Democratic candidates, Bob Brooks and Paige Cognetti, who I think have a very strong chance of defeating those incumbent Republicans, because they're speaking to the issues that are on people's minds. And they're even speaking to people who would consistently vote for a Republican president, for saying, hey, this presidency is out of control. We at least need to have some kind of balance, some kind of checks and balances in our government at a time like this.
Pete Buttigieg, we'll see what the voters in Texas decide tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight. I really appreciate your time on both of these fronts.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we'll continue to bring you the breaking news out of the Middle East and what exactly the Secretary of State said today versus what the president said when it comes to why the United States launched this war now. The president said one thing today that seems to contradict what we heard from Rubio yesterday. We'll let you listen to both. Plus, we're also continuing to watch the votes in Texas. The president has not endorsed a Republican in a very competitive race. What's going to happen here? We are continuing to watch the election results come in Texas in the very first primary elections of the midterms. You can track the latest vote count. We'll show it at the bottom of your screen as we're going to bring you any and all race projections as we are ready to make them with John King back at the Magic Wall watching those numbers for us. Also here in Washington today in the Oval Office, President Trump said this about Iran, offering a different explanation, a very different explanation, for why he ordered these strikes and this war on Iran now compared to what we've heard from top officials.
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that.
Now, the reason the president was asked that question, if Israel had forced his hand here, is because of what the Secretary of State told reporters on Capitol Hill yesterday. Listen to what Secretary Marco Rubio said in his own words today, after the president had made those comments inside the Oval Office, versus what he said yesterday.
Somebody asked me a question and said, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us, and we had to be prepared to act as a result of it. But this had to happen no matter what.
My congressional source is a Democrat from Arizona who served as a Marine in Iraq and sits on the Senate Homeland Security Committee, Senator Ruben Gallego. And thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Do you think Secretary Rubio is saying the same thing today as he said yesterday?
No. Look, Secretary Rubio is doing CYA at this point. He knows, and President Trump knows, that the MAGA base is pissed. They're mad that they elected somebody who said they're going to keep them out of wars, and now they're following another country into war. And so they're trying to remake it. But nothing we've seen, by the way, in any type of intelligence, both open source or in classified settings, has told us that there was any imminent attack coming from Iran on U.S. forces. They're not just trying to do a full take-back. The problem with this is that it tells us what's the mindset of this administration, and it really tells us how dangerous this is. They didn't think this thoroughly. They put our men and women at risk. They put our allies at risk. We're seeing the results of that with already 6 dead. We have embassies that are being bombed right now. We have a CIA station that was just bombed because they did not follow through all the proper procedures you should do before you go to war. And instead of actually doing things the right way, doing things in the national interest of this country, we followed Israel to do this. And I think now we're all seeing the results of that.
What were your takeaways from the briefing today with Secretary Rubio?
Without going into some of the classified portions of it, the most important thing that came away from this was, number one, we don't have a plan how to get out of this. We don't actually have a concept of victory. Our justification for going into the war is entirely different from what we're hearing from the president right now. Again, this is even after the president went publicly and spoke to that. And that all is a very scary situation. Like, for me, as someone that had to live through some really bad decisions in 2005 that the then administration did, if we don't know how we can get out of this war, we don't know what the actual victory is, we're seeing potentially a long-term war. The president has not been very clear when it ends. And more importantly, the American public does not want this right now.
Well, there's also a question of who is going to run Iran. Obviously, the supreme leader was killed, so were a lot of his top aides. They're trying to figure out who their next leader is going to be. And I want you to listen to what the president said today when he was asked by reporters about this very prospect.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
I mean, look, the man is joking about something that has some very severe consequences.
He might not be joking. They might all actually.
Well, I mean, no, I don't disagree. But the problem is he's joking about a very serious situation. And it's our boys and girls that are suffering from this, lack of planning, lack of thought, just like knee-jerk reaction just to follow whatever Netanyahu says. And it's not in the best interest of this country. And more importantly, this is such a distraction. America is hurting right now. I talk to Arizonans all the time. They can't buy a house. Rent is getting expensive. Food's expensive. And what are we doing? We're spending billions of dollars on a war of choice. A war of choice right now that this country does not want. What the people want, what the country wants, is a country that's going to benefit and look out for their benefit, not for other countries right now.
If the Pentagon asks for more funding for what's happening, would you support it?
I'm going to say that, in my opinion, I want to see at least 50% of that money has to come from the Gulf states and from Israel. We cannot continue to cut Medicaid.
So if the Pentagon comes to you and asks for more funding for this war, you're going to say 50% of it must come from those other countries?
Those other countries. We're using our stockpile. We're using our taxpayer money to protect those countries. At the same time, we're cutting Medicaid. We're cutting food stamps. People are hurting. We cannot keep doing this. We use our treasure. We're using our men to protect these countries. They need to throw in and have skin in the game, too.
Senator Ruben Gallego, thanks for joining us on set tonight.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that. And I should note, we just mentioned the 4 of the 6 U.S. service members who were killed in an Iranian drone strike in Kuwait on Sunday. The Pentagon has now identified them. That means their families have been notified. They are 35-year-old Captain Cody Cork, 42-year-old Sergeant First Class Noah Teachins, 39-year-old Sergeant First Class Nicole Almer, and 20-year-old Sergeant Declan Cody. All 4 of them served in an Army Reserve sustainment unit out of Iowa. The other 2 soldiers who were killed in the strike that we confirmed have not yet been identified, but obviously our condolences, their families and their loved ones. May their memory be a blessing and may they rest in peace. Up next, we're going to continue to follow the latest out of the Middle East as we are learning more about the retaliation from Iran. We also have a live look from the Talarico campaign headquarters in Austin, where the votes are still being tallied and counted in a hotly contested Democratic Senate primary race, and also a Republican one as well. My political sources are here next. That is the election night music as votes are coming in a critical Senate primary race in Texas. It has major implications for the upcoming midterm elections. On the Democratic side, the state representative, James Talarico, right now is leading Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett with about 44% of the vote in. In the Republican primary, the incumbent Senator, John Cornyn, is leading with just about 46% of the vote in. John King is at the Magic Wall. John, what's the latest that we're seeing?
A lot of people in Washington expected Congresswoman Crockett to win this race, not run away with it, but win this race. She's trailing at the moment. That's a pretty healthy margin at 44%. But, and it's a very important but, Caitlin, as we watch this race, and why are we watching a Democratic Senate primary in red Texas, right? Well, this is the year, this midterm year, where Democrats think possibly, depending on how that Republican race goes, we'll get to that in a minute, they might be competitive here in the Senate race and maybe even a few more House districts than Republicans would imagine. But where are we in this Senate race? 53 to 46 if you round up. But this very important point, they kept the polls open in Dallas County for a couple extra hours. The precinct rules were changed this year. People were confused when they showed up to vote. They were told they were in the wrong place, so they did the right thing. They left the polls open, let people find their right place. Why is that so important? Well, this also happens to be, number one, the second most populous county in the state, Dallas County. It also happens to be where Jasmine Crockett has a congressional district, so she should have a base of support in this area. Her district is out here, heading out toward Fort Worth, so very important that we wait before we can know the full direction of this race until we get some votes from Dallas County. But as you see it, a pretty competitive race. She is, Congresswoman Crockett, leading by a pretty comfortable margin in the largest county. That's Harris County, Houston here, the suburbs. This is the fastest growing part of the state. Big African-American community, huge Latino community, critical to the Democrats in a primary and critical, of course, as we go on to November. So let's watch as this one plays out. Two candidates left of center, very different in their stylistic approach to campaigning. Texas Democrats deciding who do we think could be our best chance against one of these Republicans come November. John Cornyn, you know him well from covering the White House. He's an ally of Trump, but he's not very Trumpy. He's tried to navigate the Trump years, you might say. He's leading in this race. But Ken Paxton, the state attorney general, who is very MAGA and very Trumpy, has helped Donald Trump with many lawsuits, including denying the 2020 election results, which we know is not true. But he is up 43 to 41. If you round up, Congressman Whatley Hunt at 13%. What does that tell you? Well, we're only at 46%, so we have a lot more votes to count. But as you've watched this one play out over the last hour, you need 50% plus one to avoid a runoff. It looks like, we're not there yet, but it looks like Cornyn and Paxton will be in the runoff that Republicans understand is going to cost them a lot of money and maybe a lot of blood.
Yeah, and if Whatley Hunt had not been in this race, I mean, do you think we'd still be potentially facing that runoff, or what would that look like?
If you have two, I mean, the question is, do you have a lesser candidate, if you will, a fourth or a fifth? Sometimes you have 4, 5, 6 candidates on the ballot, and some of them are there to make a statement, or they run every year. He's a credible congressman. He's getting 13% of the vote there. He's also a Trump ally there. If you have two candidates, that's why the Democrats, we're not going to have a runoff. If you have two candidates, someone's going to get to 50 plus 1. Have you had Cornyn versus Paxton? I suspect somebody would get 50 plus 1, but we don't know that because it's not what we got.
It's not. We will see what we get out of this tonight. We're going to continue to check back in with John King at the Magic Wall. All my expert political sources are here with me. And Sochi, I do want to note, as we're talking about the dynamics of this race, your sister is a Democratic candidate for governor in this. But in terms of where this is standing for the Republicans, I mean, I wonder how you two are feeling about this as you're looking at where this race is shaking out tonight. Shamar,
a little jittery, one, because I don't want to run off, number one. Number two, I don't want my party to have to spend $200 or $300 million trying to protect that seat. I think the primary focus for my side right now is to diminish as much as we possibly can what I think will likely be a Democratic takeover of the House. There are a number of districts that the president did not win. I think Democrats will probably win some of those. And there are some districts that the president didn't win by a large enough margin that puts some of those congressional districts in play for Democrats. I want those dollars spent there, not on one Senate seat.
I mean, and the White House is watching this so closely with that Senate race that John was just talking about. The Republicans, the president took all three. He was with all three of them in Texas last Friday. He has not yet endorsed any of them in this race.
Yeah, and well, I have the same worries that Michael has, the amount of money that's going to have to go into this during the runoff. But also, what we've seen over the last couple of weeks is the attitudinal and sort of ideological shift inside the party. And when you have a runoff, that's going to even come that's going to come further out into the front of this campaign, and that'll be a problem, I think, especially when this is going to be an election. If we do have to go up against somebody like Tallarico in a general election, it's going to still be fought in the big middle, and you don't want to have that type of fight split the party. So, an endorsement from Donald Trump for one of those candidates obviously would make a huge deal and actually could save a lot of money.
Yeah, I talked to someone in the White House who said basically all three camps were saying, here's our polling. We're the best position to beat the Democrat in this race. That is still the key question in terms of which Democrat it is that is going to be going up against a Ken Paxton or a John Cornyn or whatever this looks like.
But that feels like vintage Trump. Let's wait it out until there's a runoff and then go in and be the kingmaker and try to, be the one to sprinkle the magic fairy dust on the Republican primary. That's how he likes to do it.
I mean, but in terms of what it means for Democrats, there are questions for the implications. And John was saying, in terms of the positions between Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, it's not major differences. It's the style, though, and how they present that is so different, actually.
It's a style, and if you're looking at the map that John just pointed out right now, you'll also see a divide in the electorate. You see African-American voters, a more diverse electorate voting for Jasmine Crockett in places like Harris County. I'm sure Dallas County as well will kind of go her way. But then you also see white voters, rural voters. You'll see Latino voters going for Tallarico. If you look at South Texas, Cameron County, that used to be a Democratic stronghold. Now Trump made it a Republican stronghold. Democrats are hoping, they believe that if they're going to flip Texas, they have to flip Cameron County, 92% Latino, back to the Democratic bucket. and John King was just talking about, why are we talking about Texas in the first place? The crazy thing about it is, if you're looking at the early vote, Democrats are, I believe, outpacing Republicans. They did 130% more than their 22 vote total, while Republicans are at 60% of their vote total in 2022. So there is a lot of momentum in Texas right now, and this is why both sides are nervous.
Although, yes, and I'd be curious to see how the primary is, but God, we've been trying to win Texas for so long.
This isn't your
It doesn't hurt. Okay. Okay. I'm with you. Since I was a baby Democrat, which was a long time ago.
You're trying to kick that football.
I know. That's exactly it. But here's the other thing that is interesting at the map. It's also who's bringing in new potential Democratic Party voters. And there's a question about, are they Tallarico voters? Are they Crockett voters? Obviously, there's a suspicion of if they are young African-American voters, they are more likely to be for Crockett. But for the long-time viability for the Democratic Party, it's the new voters that we could be bringing in that I think is equally as important as who we might be able to flip back to our side of the column. So we'll see.
Yeah, big implications for both parties. Everybody stick around. We're going to check back in with John King at the Magic Wall because of the huge implications of what exactly this means. More results are coming in by the minute. An update right after this. We are watching the votes come in by the moment for a critical Senate primary that is playing out in Texas. John King at the Magic Wall. John, obviously everyone's watching these numbers really closely, wanting to see what this looks like. We've seen how much spending has gone into this race alone. I was looking at this between Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. He outpaced her by about 5-1 in ad spending leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to spread this out. If you want to, this is what makes a lot of people at home just go, "Urgh," about politics. This is the most expensive Senate race in history. $71 million spent just in favor of Senator Cornyn, the Republican incumbent. $71 million spent for one candidate who's probably going to be in a runoff, so they're going to probably have to do it again. But then you look at the other races here. Pro-Tallarico, $24.3 million. Pro-Crockett, $5 million. You see all this other money in here. It's a big state. It has some big media markets, but this is one of the things that discuss a lot of everyday Americans about politics. They're thinking, maybe there's a better way, better use for some of that money. This is what it gets you, though. It does get you votes in the results. This is a fascinating Democratic race right now. James Tallarico, state senator, 53%. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett at 46%. When you round that up, I had my back turned when you came to me because I just go in county to county looking through. You go where the people are first, right? In the primary, Harris County is the #1 population center in the state. Congresswoman Crockett running it up there, 54% to 46%, so a pretty healthy lead there in the biggest. Number 2 is the one we don't have yet. It also is where her congressional district is. That's Dallas County. They left the polls open for a little bit because there was some confusion. They wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to vote. We'll see some numbers here soon. Based on the statewide math, she needs to run it up here at home to get herself back in this race. You move over to the 3rd most populous county. Her district stretches into Tarrant County, the Fort Worth area there. That's the 3rd largest county where you see she's winning 56 to 43 if you round that up. But then it gets interesting. They're trading off in the Democratic constituencies. You come down here to Bexar County. That's San Antonio. Senator Tallarico is running it up pretty good there. And I'll give you one more. Austin, which is where the state capital is, of course. That's Travis County. He's running it way up there. So the Democrats are kind of splitting the urban areas. Congresswoman Crockett needs the bigger ones. She has Houston, and she needs Dallas. One other interesting thing about the Democratic race, you were talking about this with your panel. This is a year where we're going to look. Did Texas Republicans over-gamble on Latino votes? Donald Trump's numbers among Latinos went up all 3 presidential elections he ran in, including in Texas, where he got a majority last time. When they redrew the map, did they over-gamble? Tallarico is running well down in the Rio Grande Valley. Those are Latino majority, super majority counties. Another thing Tallarico is doing, though, I just want to show you something on the map. See all this up here? So we often ask ourselves, how does Donald Trump go from a big lead to a giant lead in these states that have big rural areas? Well, in the Senate Democratic primary, Tallarico is winning in these small rural counties. I just want to show you the 2024 map, just to give you the example of why I look at this. Not a lot of people live in these places, but this is how Trump goes from winning, with 52, 53% to winning with 56%. He just trounces any Democrat in rural America. That's part of Tallarico's pitch. He's saying he can go into these rural areas and win back Trump voters or get some Democrats who've given up to come back out to vote. We don't know if that's true, but we're starting to see it play out a little bit in the primary. Let me come back now to the Senate Republican race. Again, we're only at half, so I don't like to put the cart too far out ahead of the horse. But it looks like we're heading to a runoff here. The Republican incumbent John Cornyn at 43, the Attorney General Ken Paxton at 41, Congressman Whatley Hunt, some will call him the spoiler. He says he was trying to present a different kind of approach to the race, if you will, at 13% right there. And they're splitting it up as you go through. There's nothing huge, if you will. The only thing I would say is that, Cornyn, if Cornyn was going to get to 50+1 to avoid a runoff, he was going to have to get George W. Bush Republicans, establishment Republicans, pre-Trump Republicans to come out in huge numbers. He's winning in these areas. He needed it by bigger margins than that to get over 50%, Caitlin.
Yeah, spoiler might be coming from the Senate Republicans, who might have to spend a lot of money there between now and May if there is a runoff. John King will check back in with you. And Kristen Soltis-Anderson, you're looking at this. We were just talking about Latino voters in Texas and what Republicans thought about how this could shape out. What do you make of what John King is looking at so far?
Yeah, I am especially focused on those counties in the Rio Grande. If Democrats are able to put up a candidate who is able to bring some of those voters back to the Democratic side, that will... Texas is still Texas, right? It's still a very Republican state. I know you all were talking about it as Lucy with the football before. Very much so a challenging place. But I've been thinking a lot about the 2018 midterm lately. And remember in Texas in 2018, you had Ted Cruz versus Beto O'Rourke. And I feel like there were some interesting parallels here. Do Republicans wind up with a candidate who is more or less electable than Ted Cruz? Do Democrats in James Tallarico wind up with someone who is better or worse than a Beto O'Rourke? And then what does the political environment look like if Latino voters in Texas and elsewhere break away from the GOP that they had swung to in 2024? That will create some real headwinds. But I think for Texas, you need all three of those things to be in place. You need a bad Republican, a good Democrat, and a good environment if you even want to have a chance of that.
Karen, you said you were a baby Democrat, I believe, last time. We have video from 1988, the last time a Democratic senator was elected in Texas. When you look at this
Okay, so 1992.
that was when the last statewide race, but this is the last time there was a senator elected, that is Lloyd Bentsen. In 1988, as we're looking at there.
Lloyd Benson.
This is a question that, Republicans are playing into, saying, John Cornyn today was saying on Fox that it's a possibility that a Democrat could win.
Sure. Hey, from John Cornyn's lips to God's ears, I'll take it. I know, although he was saying it for a slightly different reason, right? A little bit more, a different kind of electability reason. I'm cautiously optimistic. I would love to see it happen. But yes, having been at the party as Sochi was as well, and having, this has been something every cycle. And with Beto, actually, is a great comparison, because he's the one we thought could really go all the way, and then it didn't happen. So, but look, I'll tell you what, something Sochi mentioned last segment that was really important, that's exciting. Just to see the turnout on the Democratic side is very exciting, because for so long, Democrats in Texas, we just kind of wrote it off as to say, there's no way, we can't win. And so to see this kind of turnout is a positive. So I also think about the longer term, even if we can't do it this time, which obviously everybody's going to do everything we can to win, it means longer term, we're building up the party and we're showing some electoral strength that we haven't really flexed that muscle in quite a while.
That's right. And also, I just want to say on the issues in Latino voters, one of the things and why Trump won Latino voters last time around is because he was talking things about the border. He was slamming Joe Biden about how our border was insecure. Cameron County and down there, they don't want an open border. They would like a secure border. That resonated with them, as well as his message on the economy. And so now that we have seen him shut the border down, we've also seen James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett talk about how they want border security. They want to make sure that, if they're in office, that they end up voting for more border security. At the same time, they want humanity. And some of the ICE raids and things that have happened in Minneapolis, people see that in Texas. They're like, we don't want our friends and family deported, but we also don't want open borders. And I think that's also where Democrats are making inroads and starting to change their messaging, which I think will be interesting if that sticks going into 2028 and we see people fight it out in the Democratic primary, whether we try to go for those Latino voters like that.
One group that I think is really interesting here, Hispanic men, black men.
Yeah.
Trump received double digits among black men in Texas. Does the senator get those numbers? Does the congresswoman get those numbers? I'll be curious to see.
That's a good thing to watch. We'll obviously be taking it all in and continuing to watch these votes come in tonight and see if we get any projections in the next few moments. Up next, you have to see this. It was the Homeland Security Secretary testifying on Capitol Hill today. She was being grilled not just by Democrats, but also a Republican who said he thought her leadership was a disaster. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was grilled on Capitol Hill today, but not just by Democrats. Several Republicans also asked her tough questions about the surge of ICE agents in cities like Minneapolis. And Senator Thom Tillis, the Republican of North Carolina who is retiring, even compared her decision-making to the time that Kristi Noem acknowledged she had killed her young dog.
What we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. The fact that you can't admit to a mistake, which looks like under investigation, is going to prove that Ms. Good and Mr. Petty probably should not have been shot in the face and in the back. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices. It's in your book. We could play it if we had time. At that same lunch hour, you killed a goat. My point is, those are bad decisions made in the heat of the moment, not unlike what happened up in Minneapolis.
He's retiring, but also Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana pressed the secretary on a multi-million-dollar ad campaign that prominently featured the secretary telling migrants to go home or face deportation.
The president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president know
worked
you
with
were going to do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
well, they were
overwhelmingly
effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot.
Secretary Noem will be back on Capitol Hill tomorrow to face questions before the House Judiciary Committee. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillip starts right now.
Tonight, the results are in. Texas voters pick their candidate to battle for a Senate seat, and a temperature check on Donald Trump's presidency. Plus,
I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground.
As America's war against Iran widens, so do the justifications for it.
So, if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
Live at the table, Scott Jennings, Adam Mockler, Caroline Downey, Isaiah Martin, Rena Ninan, Bobby Ghosh, and Dana Bash. This is CNN's special live coverage.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good evening. I'm Abby Phillip in New York. We are following two breaking news stories tonight, and we'll start with the results from the opening day for primaries ahead of November's very high-stakes midterm elections. Voters are casting ballots in Arkansas and North Carolina, but all eyes are on Texas, specifically the Senate races there. Democrats are hoping to flip a Senate seat that hasn't been blue in more than 30 years. But will it be Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett or Texas State Representative James Tallarico that gets the chance to do it? On the Republican side, Senator John Cornyn is fighting to keep his seat against Congressman Wesley Hunt and also Texas State Attorney General Ken Paxton. John King, of course, joins us now at the Magic Wall. John, polls just closed. Where do we stand in these Senate races right now in the state of Texas?
Let's start with the Democratic primary, Abby, because as we open the voting in this midterm year, that is one of the giant questions. Can Democrats really be competitive in Texas? Are Trump and Republicans, are their problems that bad that Democrats can be competitive? Democrats think so. The question is, who will they send into this marquee Senate race? If the Democrats, taking back the House is within reach, taking back the Senate is a lot steeper hill, and you'd have to pick up a surprise like Texas. So at the moment, this is a fascinating race. State Representative James Tallarico is now a 7-point lead in this race, 7-point, stretching out near 8 points, 92,000. His lead has been stretching out over the last hour or so. Here's the biggest test. They left voting polls open in Dallas County for a couple extra hours because there was confusion. They changed some of the rules this year. People were showing up at the wrong place. They had to go to their specific precinct. So they did the right thing. They left the polls open. So we're still waiting for Dallas County. It's the #2 population center in the state anyway, Dallas County. It also happens to be where Jasmine Crockett's congressional district overlaps a lot of Dallas County out toward Tarrant County. So before we could see if that lead holds up, we need to see how she does in her home base. And we're waiting for votes in Dallas County. But the rest of the map is pretty impressive for Tellerico. He's running it up in the places where in the Republican primary or Republican general election you see Trump run it up. These are these small rural counties up here. And he's also running very strong, Tellerico is, in these Latino majority counties down in the Rio Grande Valley, here in southeast Texas and then all the way out towards El Paso. If you come all the way over here to the corner, you see in El Paso County 62% to 36% if you round that up. So the coalition for Tellerico right now is working. The question is what happens when the area, Dallas, again, where Crockett's district is. This Democrat, who do Democrats want to send into that fight in November? And then the question, of course, is who will that candidate be? And it looks like we might have to wait until May to find that out. We're not certain of that yet, but Texas rules. You need 50% plus one. And you see here the incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn at 43. The Attorney General, a very mega candidate, Ken Paxton at 41. Congressman Wesley Hunt at 13%. Some Republicans will say he's the spoiler there. He was trying to run as an alternative to two candidates he said their time had come and passed. But at the moment, you see 43, 41 as the map fills in. Half the vote counted at 50%. Is it conceivable? Mathematically, yes. But it's been this way, Abby, for quite a long time. It looks like the Democrats will pick their standard bearer tonight, and the Republicans, in the most expensive Senate race in history already, will have to fight it out through May.
Yeah, I mean, that seems clear on the Republican side so far. But on the Democratic side, John, I'm curious. Dallas County is still out, but the other population centers, I mean, have we gotten those votes in, and are some of the larger tranches of votes already in, with the exception of Dallas County?
Yes, which is why I noted that the Tellerico lead has been stretching out, too, from 50,000 to 60,000, now to 92,000. So the math is getting harder, right? At some point, this is simply, you know, we try to say so we can keep our jobs that politics is really complicated. In the end, it's the first math we learned, addition and subtraction. And Tellerico is running it up at the moment. So you talked about the population centers. Let's just go through the top 5 counties quickly. Harris County is by far the largest county, more people in the state of Texas. And Congresswoman Crockett getting 54% there to Tellerico's 46. So a good bounce for her in the largest population center. And then you come up to #2, which is Dallas, which is what we're waiting on. And again, this is where her congressional district is. So let's be patient and wait for it. You move over next door, that's Tarrant County. That's the #3, 254 counties in giant Texas. This is #3. Again, her district stretches into this county a little bit, 56 to 43. So she's winning big there. She might in the end say maybe not big enough as you go through. Only 60% of the vote in there, so we'll go from there. But then as you move down to some of the other population centers, Bexar County is where you have San Antonio. That's the 4th most populous. And you see, again, Tellerico, pretty healthy lead there, 57% to 43. And then he's a state representative, as I said. You come up to Travis County here, which is Austin, where the state government is, and he's trouncing her here, 76% to 23%. And then you just pull out and you look at the map and you're saying, where else could it be? Smaller cities, right? Lubbock, you come up here, a healthy win for Tellerico here. So Dallas is becoming key, especially one of the big questions as we head into November. Did Texas Republicans make a bad bet? Did they overbet on the increased Latino support that Trump had from 2016 to 2020 to winning a majority in 2024? Did they make a bad bet? Are Latinos swinging back to the Democrats? One of Tellerico's calling cards, if he wins, if he wins this nomination tonight, is just look down here in the Rio Grande Valley. He's doing very well in counties. I was here in the Texas 34th Congressional District not that long ago. This is Cameron County. Brownsville, Texas is down here, the southernmost border crossing between the United States and Mexico. This is overwhelmingly Hispanic county. Tellerico there, 63% to 34% if you round up. So we're not done with the math here yet. And one of the challenges as you talk to your panel, what a lot of Democrats are afraid of is regardless of who wins here, will the other person's coalition not show up? So if Tellerico wins, do black voters not show up? If Crockett wins, does somehow these white rural voters here, maybe who are coming back to the Democrats or coming back to vote in a primary after they've given up voting for a long time? That's one of the big questions for Texas. How many times have we had this conversation in our lifetimes, Abby? Can the Democrats win Texas? To do so, they need to be near perfect. So while there's a lot of focus on is this too bloody? Right? Are the Republicans having such a bloody primary, likely to go into a runoff? Are they hurting themselves? It's a very fair question. But there's also a calculation on the Democratic side. when we finally do get to a winner tonight, can the party heal it because they need to be near perfect to keep this in play come November? If we're talking about this state, this Senate race on election night in November, that tells you Trump and the Republicans are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. And John, I think you gave us the perfect jumping off point for the panel. Thank you very much. And do stand by for us because this race hasn't been called yet, neither of them in the state of Texas, and everybody's looking at Texas. We've got a couple of folks from the Lone Star State at the table. I'll start with you, Isaiah, because John's question is really important. I mean, whatever happens on the Democratic side, this was a tough primary, and it got a little nasty at times. I'm a big believer in primaries. I think they're important. They make better candidates. But can Democrats come together at the end of it?
I really do think so, Abby. You know, I think ultimately Texans got really lucky for Texas Democrats. We had two really good candidates. You know, Congresswoman Crockett was somebody who was a big fighter in Congress, and we also know that James Talarico was someone who did the work in the state house. And so ultimately, I think Democrats understand the big threat, which is what Donald Trump is doing to the economy all across the state. We know that job numbers are not doing well for Texans in the state. And I just believe that ultimately, when it comes time for November to vote for who's going to represent the state in the United States Senate, I think that independents as well as Democrats are going to come together to send a big message to Donald Trump in Washington.
And Dana, I mean, as you know, I mean, Republicans kind of were doing a little jujitsu in this race, trying to influence the Democratic primary, perhaps pushing Jasmine Crockett into the race. She got into the race. What do you think they're thinking tonight as they're looking at these results?
Well, look, I think most of the Republicans who you talk to and you give them truth serum, they say they would rather run against Jasmine Crockett than against James Talarico because they think that Talarico is more, has more appeal to moderates and to even some Republicans who are kind of fed up with the Trump party right now. But I do think that there could be something to the Jasmine Crockett argument also, because, and we'll see what happens in this primary, but in sort of in a vacuum, she's trying to make the argument on the Democratic side that, frankly, Donald Trump did on the Republican side. Nothing about policy, but just about turnout and about exciting the base.
Yeah, enthusiasm.
And I mean, we'll get the answer to that question in the short term and what happens in the primary. But I think that if she would find a way to win the primary, it would be an interesting test to see if that would be successful.
Meanwhile, there's a messy, bloody fight on the Republican side.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I think that it's going to be inconclusive tonight. That's pretty much clear. But if you have a Ken Paxton who, frankly, the argument against him is almost entirely on character. I'm going to play, let me play what the Cornyn Lone Star Victory Fund ad had to say about Paxton. Listen to this.
Crooked Ken Paxton cheated on his wife. She's divorcing him on biblical grounds. So now Paxton's wrecking another home, sleeping around with a married mother of 7. Now think of the Paxton dirty deeds we don't know about yet. The wife cheater and fraud, or the Texas workhorse.
It's Ken Paxton
craziest ad.
Single-handedly bringing divorce on biblical grounds back into the lexicon. But he could be the nominee. He could actually be the nominee here. And the ad, they're not lying about the things that have happened to Ken Paxton.
Yeah,
or that he has done.
Candid. I've been in a lot of campaigns, been in politics for over 26 years. That was one of the most incendiary ads I've ever seen run in any election anywhere. And they put it out. I actually had Senator Cornyn on my radio show the other day. The day after it came out, I played it. I said, you know, how do you think people are going to react to this? And he said, well, I'll tell you, it's all true. You know, and so to say that this has gotten nasty or gotten chippy is an understatement. But it's a contrast in styles, right? Cornyn, the consummate insider, longtime senator, kind of the pre-Trump Republican. But he's been very loyal to Trump. He's voted with Trump 99% of the time. On style, he's sort of the old world Republican. Paxton, very MAGA, very, as a performative matter, matches the new Republican base. Interestingly, Wesley Hunt, who's the third candidate, who's way behind, he will probably be the person that drives this to a runoff. He kind of also thought maybe he might attract Donald Trump's attention, but Trump endorsed no one here. So the strategy is this. If you're Cornyn, you get to a runoff, and you have your people, who are close to Trump go to him and say, listen, it's going to be harder for Paxton to beat a Tallarico and energize Democratic base. We don't have $100 million to try to save a Texas Senate race for the Republicans. We shouldn't be spending money here, so come in for Cornyn. A lot of this is on Trump's shoulders. If he determines in the runoff to make a choice, that would probably be determinative, but the president hasn't done that yet.
And I think in the event of a runoff, those Wesley Hunt votes are probably going to go to Ken Paxton. And I think
you think so?
I think likely that's my guess.
Even if the president told them, I want Cornyn?
Because that could be persuasive, but then again, I think Trump's endorsement, it's debatable how much power that carries at the end of the day.
I guess you could be right about that because Wesley Hunt has run a very anti-Cornyn campaign. From the beginning.
Right, but I think
more than anything else.
What both of these races, though, both Democratic, Republican side, indicate to me is that they're referendums on who are the fighters and who are the folders. That's James Tallarico's words, and when it comes to Cornyn, he is more palatable, and he doesn't risk alienating independents the way that Ken Paxton does. He has too much baggage, too many skeletons in his closet and scandals, I think, for a lot of independents to swallow. But I think ultimately it does come down to, quality of life issues, like you were saying, the economy and things like that. And I will say the risk of Tallarico winning the nomination here is that he's trying to pitch this Mamdani-light style of economic populism in a state like Texas, which, even though it's become more purple, is still not a red state. And in recent elections, recent years, they're not all that comfortable with voting in Democrats across the state.
They're not a blue state.
Sorry, they're not a blue state. They're not a blue state. And I think, when it comes to waging war against the billionaires, what that translates to is higher taxes. And I don't think Texas, which is a tax haven, just like Florida, I'm not so sure they're going to be well on board with that.
Well,
let you respond real quick.
I just want to say, Trump went and passed these massive tax cuts for the richest people on earth, and costs are still going up. People are seeing that despite these tax cuts, you still have unemployment numbers going up. So ultimately, I think what this is a showing of is people in our country that are just sick of the policies that have been passed in Washington that are just simply not working.
Well, but the thing is, so like I said, the Mamdani prescription is affordability, right? But Democrats, including Tallarico, they're not explaining what that actually means. Affordability means productivity plus innovation, not dumping more money on a problem and expecting different results.
Well,
what
your
Republicans are pitching, no, it's taxes, deregulation, lower red tape, and unleash supply. That is what that's what brings costs down.
First of all, both candidates are really great. Whoever wins, the other candidate should throw all of their weight behind the other candidate, of course. But I think that the idea that James Tallarico hasn't run on anything affirmative is not true. He's been running on a bunch of 80-20 issues. The 80-20 issues are like banning congressional stock trading, redistributing wealth from billionaires. That's very popular. Taxing billionaires has a 90% approval, I believe. He's been running on anti-corruption campaigns. These are 80-20 issues that will resonate with the people of Texas.
All right, we got to pause for just a second because we have some news coming in. John King is back with us. John, we were just talking about Dallas County. There's been some new developments with Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett's campaign. What are we learning?
Apparently, she wants to keep the polls open even longer in Dallas County and is asking that they do that. They changed normally the Democrats and Republicans formed together to run the primaries. In Texas this year, Abby, I don't pretend to understand everything how it happened on the ground, but what they had is they just changed where you used to be able to show up in your area to vote. They'd have you on a voting list and you could vote. This time they told the Democrats they had to go to their specific precinct, so it did cause some confusion. Now, they kept the polls open for 2 extra hours, and Congresswoman Crockett is apparently asking now that they keep them open even longer because she believes there are still some people who haven't been able to find their place, and we'll watch how that plays out. And certainly not a partisan statement. If people haven't been able to vote and they're still looking to be able to vote, we would hope that they would find a way to help them to vote. Here's my question as we wait for the answer to that play out is it enough math? Right? In the end, this is about math. 69,000 right now. See, what happened? What happened? While we were talking, some Dallas votes came in. When you came to me, Tallarico, the state representative, was up by 111,000. Now he's up by 69,000. Why? Because we got our first votes from Dallas County tonight in the Democratic primary. And as noted, Congresswoman Crockett's congressional district is part of this county, and she is running it up big there. The question is it enough? Is it enough, right? 61%. You say, wow, that's a resounding victory, and it is, to 38%. So you do the math there, but look, if you do the math there, you see 30 and then 16, so you're looking at 45 roughly, my quick math, 45,000 votes, but you got, so which got her from 112,000 lead to a 70,000 lead. The question is, where do you get the other 70,000 when you're looking at this map and your major population centers have a significant amount of the vote in? Again, if we go down to Harris County, you're at 65%, and she has an 8-point lead there. But so as the rest comes in, if it came in exactly as it has so far, does it give you that muff? That's when we get late into the night and you're looking at the different pieces on the chessboard. In Texas, there are 254 of them, meaning 254 counties. So there's a lot of chess pieces to go through and count. Not a lot of people live up in these places, but look at all that Tellerico blue. That's the key to the lead right now. He is just winning in all these small rural counties. He's also winning down here in the majority Latino counties. So we'll see what happens to a very important point. And again, not a partisan statement. My view of doing this for 40 years is if people are trying to find their place to vote, let them vote. Find a way to let them vote. So we'll see how that plays out in Dallas County and if it's happening anywhere else. I will just tell you at the moment, we're not close to calling this race, best of my knowledge anyway. Our decision desk, our experts, they're working on this. But we're up close to 60% of the estimated vote counting. His lead has gone from triple digits, yes, to 69,000. But you do get to a point where that's 5 points. That's 5 points. And so if you're Congresswoman Crockett, I can fully understand why you're saying let people vote, keep the polls open, because you're doing the math. You're behind right now, and you're trying to squeeze every last vote you can.
Yeah, this is still a live race and that we're going to continue to follow. John King, please stand by for us as we wait for these results. Some breaking news tonight in the war against Iran as explosions and attacks intensify. Lawmakers say that they fear an endless war after getting a classified briefing from the administration. Now, this comes as President Trump and his administration keep changing and adding justifications for this war and why it started in the first place. This is CNN special live coverage. We are keeping an eye on the races in Texas, but where there is some drama involving the key Senate primaries, and we'll have more on that in just a moment. But first, as the U.S. warns that attacks against Iran are going to intensify in the coming hours and days, the administration can't seem to get its story straight about why the war began in the first place. In the weeks leading up to the strike and in the days since, the president and his administration have offered evolving explanations. We've counted at least 9 so far.
I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved.
He wanted to make sure that Iran could never have a nuclear weapon. Their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks.
They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first.
That experience was clearly on his mind as he ordered the attack that killed the supreme leader. He told me, I got him before he got me. They tried twice. Well, I got him first.
Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world.
Elimination of their Navy so we can have freedom of the seas and not be threatened with the shutdown of the Gulf of Hormuz.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Iran has posed an imminent risk to the United States for 47 years.
Because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period.
So when you hear all of that, just note this new reporting from the Wall Street Journal. It says U.S. officials, lawmakers, and experts all say that the administration's assertions have been incomplete, unsubstantiated, or flat out wrong. Some people have suggested that what's at play here is strategic ambiguity. Bobby, do you see that? Or do you see fishing for an explanation that can cover all bases?
Well, strategic ambiguity is in itself a sort of ambiguous term that people reverse engineer into situations like this often. When you don't have a clear line, you could throw that out there as a kind of plausible explanation. No, I don't buy that. I think this is what you see is what you get. You are seeing confusion play out, and I think that confusion, and it would be, you could make the case for strategic ambiguity if the messaging from this administration on so many other things, so many other aspects of foreign policy had been clear and concise and cleanly defined. But this is a pattern we've seen not just in Iran. We've seen it with most recently with Greenland. you get different messages from different parts of the administration, and sometimes from the president himself, depending on what time of day you ask him, you get different explanations. So this is consistent with a very muddled approach to foreign policy that we've seen from the Trump administration from the get-go.
And a very clear attempt to walk back what Secretary Rubio said yesterday, which was that we attacked Iran because Israel was going to attack Iran and they might retaliate against us. Then you had President Trump saying, well, I just felt like they were going to attack us, which leads people to wonder, where's the proof of that? So what is really going on here in the administration, and why can't they get their story straight?
Well, first of all, the president has access to intelligence and people that none of us do. And I believe he is probably looking at a set of information and making decisions about the likelihood of Iran attacking U.S. installations and saying, I'm just not willing to take that risk. That's a legitimate decision for a president to make. I do think...
But isn't that the opposite of what they told lawmakers when they briefed them over the weekend? They told them that there was no imminent threat to the United States, imminent attack.
I can tell you what I heard from senior administration officials with this is that they did believe there was an imminent threat. I don't really have any confusion about what we're doing there. And also, I think multiple...
It's interesting that you said that because Marco Rubio hasn't reiterated that at all. He's been talking to the press. He has not suggested that there was an imminent...
He absolutely has said that there's an imminent threat of them having ballistic missiles that they were, A, possibly planning to shoot at U.S. military installations, B, and in the short and medium term, continuing to manufacture ballistic missiles that would allow them to shield a nuclear program that they would not give up. This is a pretty clear rationale.
Let me play Marco Rubio. What Marco Rubio has been saying, what the president has been saying, there's been a lot of back and forth on this. Listen.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties.
You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. If anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready, and we were ready.
Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday.
No talk of an imminent attack on the United States, Rina. And look, that's important because when a decision is made to attack another country without Congress, an imminent attack or something akin to it should be on the table.
You know, this is so different from the lead up to the Iraq War in 2003 when it was all about creating a coalition, both domestically of folks on Capitol Hill, but also a global coalition. You know, Saturday morning, the UK government was beside themselves of trying to separate themselves from what had happened. What this was a decapitation strike. And I think what happened was they did not anticipate how quickly and how with precision the Iranians would be able to strike back on military installations. We're seeing hotels, on airports. I was talking to somebody in the travel industry. He said, look, in the next 48 to 72 hours, if these airports aren't opened and traffic isn't resumed again, it's crippling to economies. You can hit first militarily, but the next thing is financial.
Are you suggesting we are not completely and totally dominating these people right now?
It's not about domination. See, that's where everyone gets excited. Go out there, throw the missiles and the bombs, and then, but what happens after, at that point? Nobody thinks of the day after the war. What's your plan?
We dominated the Taliban. We dominated Saddam's army.
Look, this is quite literally
the bottom line is, they don't want them to have ballistic missiles. They don't want them to have a nuclear program. They don't like that their Navy makes trouble for everybody in the Gulf. And that is the stated rationale. You could throw on other things. For the last 47 years, they have killed American troops. They've maimed American personnel. They've exported and funded terror around the world and around the region. And you seem to be suggesting we have no allies in this. I watched the president with the Chancellor of Germany today. He strongly supports what we're doing. The UK is feckless. Spain is feckless. But we have plenty of allies in the region and around the world who know we have done the right thing.
So to be clear, I just want to you just listed a bunch of things. None of them were an imminent attack. But Rita's question is actually
ballistic
about
missiles, Abby. Drones.
These
are imminent attack weapons.
What proof is there that there were ballistic missiles, that they actually had ballistic missiles that could reach the United States?
Reach U.S. bases. Look at your television. They're falling right now.
Iran has been attacking through their proxies U.S. military bases for some time now. Okay.
You want to keep that going, or
the argument that the administration may be making sometimes is that they might have had capabilities to attack the United States on the homeland. Where is the proof of that?
And U.S. intelligence that has been released has said that this was not at all
on our
Defense
facilities
Intelligence
in the
Agency.
region and our allies in the region.
Okay, so
it is not
what
in
about
dispute.
that? What
It
about
is
that?
not in
Is,
dispute.
what about that is new?
What do you mean? What about it? It's not. It's not new. Other than to
What
say.
about that is new?
Other than to say that the decision.
What about, yes, let me put it, to put it another way. What about that is imminent?
Are you all?
It's
What am I
been
listening
imminent
to?
for
Are you all arguing that they are not,
No.
were not prepared
I mean,
and are not currently
actually,
firing
here's what, no,
missiles and drones
no.
into things? That,
Actually,
of course
it's not
was
that. I mean, everybody understands the threat of Iran. It's been there, to quote Tom Cotton, for 47 years.
Yeah.
The question is, what changed in the last 30 days?
We got a president that had the
what
balls to
changed
take
in the
care
last
of it?
30
I
days?
guess
And that's the question that everybody is asking.
Can I help answer what I think the real reason, the real answer to that question is that for the past 2.5 years, that the U.S. and its allies in the region have built up what they consider to be a lot of momentum, leading to this point. Imminent, I mean, that's obviously a question that you're debating, and it's a legitimate debate. But if you look at Hamas, Hezbollah, what happened in Syria with Bashar al-Assad, if you look at what happened, in Lebanon and beyond, the feeling was that Iran, the hub of Iran, the heart of Iran, the regime, is at its weakest point in 47 years.
But this is a mistake that the U.S. makes. That we believe that regime change is easy
I'm not
and that it's going
defending
to
it.
happen.
I'm just explaining it. And this is why it's that combined with the president was very clear when tens of thousands of protesters were in the streets and then got massacred, that he was going to try to do something about that. So the combination of all of those things and the pressure from allies in the region, not just Israel, but also Saudi Arabia, I think it ended
I'll
at
tell
this
you,
point.
The biggest mistake I have made as a foreign correspondent covering these wars on the ground has been thinking that regime change is going to happen because you watch the protesters. On the ground with Mubarak, we all believed covering it, this was the moment that Mubarak was going to fall. Do you know what made Mubarak fall? It was his own security forces ended up caving in and turning on them. And so that is what we're watching in Iran right now. Will the Revolutionary Guard somehow crack? That is not an easy thing to see and achieve.
There is nothing I would like to see more than the dismantling of the Iranian regime, but this is an experiment that America has tried and failed for decades and decades and decades. Under Bush, who he worked for, under Obama, Trump promised to be different, but it is not different. He is continuing to make the same mistake of thinking that just because you remove the bad guy, everything is magically solved. Didn't work with Gaddafi, it got worse. Didn't work with Saddam Hussein, it got worse. You can't just remove the bad guy with no backup plan to build long-lasting institutions. And from everything we've seen from this administration, they have no plan. They have no plan on what's going to happen next. They have no transition plan. I don't think they know. They took out most of the people they were going to replace the supreme leader with. And now Marco Rubio contradicts Donald Trump. Donald Trump contradicts himself. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen doesn't seem to know what the word war even means. He's debating himself on that every single day. We need an actual plan. I haven't seen a plan from this administration, and that's worrying to me. It's very worrying.
Bobby, I'm curious what you think of this reporting that CNN has, that the CIA is now working to arm Kurdish forces, hoping that that would spark either confusion or that they could overtake Revolutionary Guard forces and overthrow the regime.
Well, we've seen this movie before. Rena and I covered the war in Iraq from the get-go. And this is Kurdish history going back generations, where the Kurds are used by any number of foreign powers. The old Russian Empire, Saddam Hussein against the Shah against Saddam Hussein, the Turks against everybody, and then we've done it ourselves. We use the Kurds as a sort of shock troops to try and engineer some change on the ground, and then we turn around and abandon them. They've seen this movie before, and I doubt that they're going to throw themselves wholeheartedly into an effort like that. Listen, the Kurds want to have a homeland of their own, and we could argue that they deserve to have a homeland of their own. But they have been betrayed over and over again by people claiming to be their friends, by people encouraging them to reach for a homeland and then denying it to them.
And then, of course, Iran is massive.
And Iran is a much
population
larger
center,
proposition.
much more organized.
Much stronger military, much stronger paramilitary forces, much stronger regime. And Iran is not a dictatorship. People keep using examples of Saddam Hussein, and I've done that. I've made that mistake too. But Saddam Hussein, Iraq was a dictatorship. It was a one-man rule. That same with Libya and Gaddafi. To a substantial degree, the same with Bashar Assad and Syria. Iran, there's a whole regime that was designed to survive this kind of attack. They have redundancies upon redundancies upon redundancies. These, let me be clear, these are unambiguously bad guys, and they, no, as you said, no one's shedding a tear. Certainly very few Iranians I know are going to be shedding any tears for them. And it is to be desired, change in the regime, a chance for Iranians to have a chance to live up to their potential, which is enormous. However, we don't seem to have a plan. If the explanation for this was so simple, why is the administration trotting out a different explanation every week? If it was so clear and so unambiguous, why is it having trouble gathering, as the Bush administration did, gathering an international coalition of the willing to go in there and do this? That is what makes me worry. Not that these are bad guys. They're bad guys.
Everyone agrees.
I don't think we know what to do
about
that situation.
Yeah, everyone agrees on the fact that Iran, they're the bad guys. The question is what happens next. And next for us, though, we will go back to the drama in the state of Texas. The primaries down there, it is the opening day ahead of the midterms. Jasmine Crockett says that she is suing. Stand by. We're following the breaking news out of Texas, where the races are still too close and too early to call, and that includes the Republican and the Democratic primaries for the open Senate seat down there. I want to bring in CNN's chief national affairs correspondent, Jeff Zeleny. He's at James Tallarico's campaign headquarters in Austin, Texas. Jeff, talk to us about what the status is of the polls. Are any of them still open, especially in Dallas County?
To our understanding, Abby, the polls are not open anywhere in Texas at this point. They were open in Dallas County an extra 2 hours to accommodate for some of those voters who apparently did not know their proper polling locations because of a change in how the vote was conducted this year. Effectively, in previous years, there's been a central polling location. This year, it was done on a precinct level, so there was some confusion. So a judge ordered it to stay open for 2 more hours. But at that point, it seemed that the anticipation was building here at the Tallarico campaign as the clock ticked just right up to 9 o'clock here in Texas, 10 o'clock on the east. They thought that a victory was at hand. They are very confident in their overall results as they've been watching the results come in areas across Texas. James Tallarico is having a strong performance, there's no doubt. But just a few moments ago, Jasmine Crockett in Dallas addressed her supporters, and she said that voters had been disenfranchised. She said there will not be a result this evening, so she urged her supporters to effectively stand by. That effectively deflated the crowd here in Tallarico. They were watching her remark. So now we seem to be in a bit of a standstill here. I am told by the Tallarico campaign that they are still very confident of victory. They're confident of how these numbers look, but they're also, of course, mindful of party unity going forward. So if he should win whenever this would be decided, party unity would be very important. Of course, if he does not, then the party unity challenge will be on the Crockett campaign side. But of course, that is the central question here as Democrats try and do something they have not done in James Tallarico's lifetime, win a U.S. Senate seat from Texas. It's been 1988. Lloyd Benson was the last Democratic senator reelected here in Texas. A lot would have to happen between now and November. The Tallarico campaign is confident of their showing, but mindful of what comes next. So, Abby, I can tell you this went from, we're in a live music venue here in Austin, of course, a great music city. It is fairly quiet here, and people are just trying to see what is coming next, because that speech from Jasmine Crockett effectively caused some confusion and deflated emotions, at least for now. But we will see if James Tallarico actually comes out and addresses his supporters this evening. Abby?
All right. Jeff Zeleny, thank you very much. It's a confusing night, and we'll see whether Jasmine Crockett's prediction actually comes true. But let's check back in with John King. John, since we last talked to you, have we made any progress on the vote count here?
Modest progress, modest progress. We're up to 61% right now. And Jeff just made a key point. Does Tallarico come out and say anything when he wants to be graceful at least and wait and see, how it turns out and what Congressman Crockett says, whether there's any other efforts to try to keep, count votes that haven't been counted yet. We'll see what happens on the ground in Dallas County. But if you look at the math now, 61% of the vote in. The lead, Tallarico, last time we spoke, I think it was at around 60,000. It's gone back up to 71,500 votes. It's 52% to 47%. If you look at the percentages, when you look at the map, we're largely filled in, meaning we have votes reported just about everywhere, in the majority of the 254 counties in Texas. We are still waiting. Let's just go through by the population center. We're waiting for about a third of the vote. 65% is counted, estimate, in Harris County. So here's a dynamic we've gone through since the COVID age. We've gone through it even before then, but the numbers have been big in the COVID age. There was massive early voting in Texas. Democrats were very encouraged by their early voting numbers, as a matter of fact. And so those are the votes that tend to be counted first. And then if you're trying to make a decision, do you want to call a race, project a race, a winner, you want to make sure you have a big enough percentage of the election day vote, because sometimes the early voting electorate and the election day voting electorate are different people. They support different candidates. So that's one of the reasons you wait and count. So you're at 61% statewide. It was 65% there in Houston, 61% now in Dallas County. This is where Congresswoman Crockett would have to make up most of the math, her home base, Dallas County, and over here in Tarrant County, where we have 60%. So you have about 40% of the vote in both of these major population centers, the number 2 largest county and the 3rd largest county. That's why you just be cautious. You don't want to get it wrong. You want to see what happens. However, I would say as you go through the count, it just jumped up to 73,000 votes. We get up to 62%. And what's happening is down here in the Rio Grande Valley, majority Latino communities, the state representative, Mr. Tallarico, you see it there. Not a lot of votes here. Not a lot of votes here. 335 votes to 134 votes. You come over here, 634 votes to 336 votes. But Tallarico in these smaller counties along the border and then in these smaller rural counties up here in northwest Texas is running up big margins. Again, not a lot of people, 44 votes to 27 votes, right? 98 votes to 64 votes. But just like that is key to Donald Trump running up big margins in any state that has small rural counties, it's helping Tallarico tonight run up the math, his math in these rural counties. So it's a 73,000 vote lead with 62% of the vote in. Some questions obviously being raised by the Crockett campaign. Our decision desk is going through the math. Their main focus, I'm told, is just to get a higher percentage of the today vote, the election day voting, to see if it tracks the early voting. That's when you feel safe about making a projection. We're simply not there yet. We'll keep counting.
Yeah, and John, let's take a look at the Republican race right now. Are we in territory where we know this is going to be a runoff?
We're very close. We're very close. Same dynamic I just said. You get the early votes in, then you're looking for election day votes, and then you just want to double check and triple check your math, right? It's the first night of the primary season. There's no reason to be in a rush about anything, but your eyes don't lie here. If you just look at the math, we're up to about 60% of the vote in the Republican primary. You're at 43% to 40%. It's John Cornyn, the Republican incumbent, at 43%. Ken Paxton, the state attorney general, at 40%. And Congressman Whatley Hunt at 13%, if you round that up. Your eyes don't lie. Somebody has to get to 50 plus 1, and you're at 60% of the vote. And this margin has held for pretty much the last few hours as more votes have come in. The margin has been pretty consistent. And so your eyes tell you and your gut tells you you're headed for a runoff. But again,
John,
go ahead.
John, as you're talking, I'm being told that we are making the call. This is officially headed to a runoff. It'll be John Cornyn against Ken Paxton in a Republican runoff just ahead. I mean, this is the scenario that some Republicans wanted to get ahead of, but it looks like it is going to happen. It is going to happen in the next few weeks. John, what's your sense of what Ken Paxton's strengths are? Because, I mean, John Cornyn is the incumbent here, and
right.
You know, perhaps he's the person who has the most recognition in the state, but does Ken Paxton have some pockets of strength?
Number one, Ken Paxton has many pockets of strength. You see it right here. You see Cornyn and Paxton essentially splitting the state. If you look, the dark red is Paxton, the lighter red is John Cornyn, and you just see them moving around. Now, Cornyn has won. This actually surprised me earlier. Cornyn has won in most of the major population centers. So you think he goes back to the Bush days, right? I'm oversimplifying this, but this race, Cornyn-Paxton, is Bush versus Trump in some ways. The old school Republican Party versus the MAGA Republican Party. Now, Cornyn has tried to move and at least draft with Trump, right? To try to, as you know, as so many Republicans have tried to do in the Trump age, they don't perform like Trump. They're not as provocative or as coarse as Trump, but Cornyn has voted with Trump most of the time in the Senate leadership. But look at the map. They're kind of splitting county to county. One of the rules tells you if the incumbent can't win the primary and gets put in a runoff, it's very hard for the incumbent. He's going to get a one-on-one race now. If he can't win now, why would he win in a runoff? So your panel can talk about this better than I can. The pressure is going to come on one Donald J. Trump to get involved in the Texas primary, and Cornyn is going to go to him and say, Paxton is a more damaged candidate. I'm a stronger general election candidate. I'm not saying that's true, but that's the argument Cornyn is going to make. And, Abby, this is the point I think anybody in this race is going to make. In a Republican, in a midterm election year that we already know is a tough climate for Republicans. Trump's approval rating is below 40. That tells you the Democrats are going to take back the House if that doesn't change. It tells you the Senate is in play, but the Democrats need essentially to draw to an inside straight or an inside straight flush even, and Texas is one of their targets. $71 million just by pro-Cornyn forces so far. Now we're going to take this race through May? Right? Think about this Republican race. How much money is going to be spent on to pick a Republican nominee in Texas in a year when Republicans have to defend their House majority, a Senate seat in Ohio, a Senate seat in Alaska, a Senate seat in Texas, a Senate seat in North Carolina? And so the argument is going to be, why should we do this for a few more months? Why do we have to spend all this money? So Cornyn will go to Trump. Paxton will go to Trump, and they're going to say, sir, we need you to put your thumb on the scale. That's what the president did not do in this primary. He stayed out of it because each one of these candidates has been good to Trump, has helped Trump along the way. And so Trump stayed out of it. There's going to be a lot of pressure now for Trump to put his thumb on the scale to try to save them spending all that money. But the argument Democrats are going to make, and we're still waiting to clear up that nominee, is keep it up, gentlemen. Keep shedding blood, keep attacking each other, keep weakening each other, because we all know Texas is hard for Democrats. They need to have their coalition perfect, and the debate about disenfranchisement tonight could hurt that effort. But Democrats have to be perfect, and they'd really appreciate some help from Republicans, and they just might get it.
Yeah, the Democrats have to be perfect, and they would love Republicans to be a hot mess going into November. That would help them a lot. All right. So, look, there's a lot to talk about there, and I think the first thing that comes to mind is, did Trump make a mistake in not making a decision about what he was going to do in this race on the Republican side early on?
I don't think so. I actually think he should have let the voters, the primary voters at least, who tend to be more energized, litigate this themselves. But look, if Paxton loses this seat, the Senate GOP majority is in danger. And that means Trump's last 2 years are going to be hell. He's going to be managing a Congress that is, I mean, Congress has been ineffective now. Wait till it's not necessarily, you know, in our hands. But I will say, what the MAGA voters who like Paxton might be thinking is, well, on the merits, Cornyn is old school, and Paxton, though the baggage is an infinite list, he was at the forefront of the culture war confrontation over 2020, especially when it came to the 80-20 issues of sex changes for children, when it came to COVID, draconian mandates and restrictions. He fought for those things, and those are actually pretty traditionally conservative ideas. Like, I think MAGA sometimes means big government, but like libertine social ideas. Technically, what Ken Paxton did as AG for this very long tenure was pretty traditionally conservative.
All right, let me go back to Jeff Seleny, who's with James Tallarico's election night party tonight. Jeff, what are you hearing right now from the Tallarico campaign about what they're expecting tonight?
Well, Abby, this is a party that is put on hold as a legal matter is looked into a bit more in Dallas County. So we are in Austin. That's where James Tallarico was expecting to hold a campaign party tonight, and his advisors are very confident of what they are seeing in these numbers coming in really across the state. But obviously, Dallas County, very major, very key to any statewide campaign here. There was confusion there that was known, actually detected earlier in the day. My colleague Arlette Saenz, who was in Dallas throughout the day talking to voters, noticed that there was some voters were confused about being turned away from polling places. The reason is this: Dallas County decided to effectively have the primary held slightly differently because of some disagreement between Republicans and Democrats, so there was not a joint primary effectively. So voters were effectively told to vote in their precincts, not necessarily at a central voting location in a normal primary. It's a little bit in the weeds here, but it mattered because voters were turned away from some polling places, which created some confusion. So shortly before the polls would have closed at 7 p.m., there was some legal action that was taken. Initially by the Crockett campaign was going to do it, but it appeared that the Democratic Party decided to do it in Dallas County to effectively ask a judge to keep the polls open. So the polls were kept open for 2 more hours until 9 o'clock here in Texas. It's an open question how many people actually voted during those 2 hours. We're hearing anecdotal reports that were certainly not long lines because many of the people who couldn't vote earlier had gone home. So a little while ago, we heard Jasmine Crockett saying voters had been disenfranchised. She said that she's considering her options effectively. So that is why we are in a bit of a standstill here. Again, the Tallarico campaign is very confident of their performance tonight, but also mindful and treading carefully about their next steps here. Obviously wanting to protect voter rights, but also wanting to try and preserve some party unity. So we've seen other situations like this over the years. We will see if Tallarico comes out and addresses his crowd, but I can tell you the campaign has not said a single thing to any of his supporters gathered here. It's a bit of a wait and see. As 3 bars are open around me, most of his supporters are spending their time there waiting to see what happens. Abby?
Yeah, all right, Jeff Zeleny, thank you. So bring it back into the room here. Dana, this could get maybe a little bit messy, but I mean, let's look at where we are now. I mean, Tallarico has, at the moment, a fairly healthy lead, and Jasmine Crockett is holding out essentially for Dallas County. Is that false hope? Is it real hope? I mean, is this just stirring the pot of party disunity?
I don't know that it's stirring the pot. I mean, I think, give her the benefit of the doubt that there are people who wanted to vote, and she wants them to be able to vote no matter where they are in Texas. The fact that they're in her hometown of Dallas is certainly another factor here. So, I mean, let's let the process play out. I mean, it's an open question. I do want to just quickly go back to the Republican side for a second and the question of whether the president will endorse. I was told today that, it's very likely that the president will endorse, understanding all of the factors that everybody has talked about here today, not the least of which is the money.
Yeah,
how much
they don't
money
want to be
would be
dumping a ton
wasted.
of money into
Exactly.
Texas. It would take a lot of money.
And the Cornyn campaign has around it a lot of the veterans of the Trump campaign.
Chris
People
Lasavita.
like the campaign manager, the pollster. So a lot of the apparatus around Cornyn has a lot of credibility with President Trump. So that, I'm sure, will be brought to bear. Cornyn was just speaking a moment ago. It's chippy. I'll tell you what he said. He said Paxton is a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate. He promises Paxton's, quote, indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. So whatever you thought was nasty just before the end of the primary, get ready for more, is what I'm hearing from Cornyn.
But there is also a huge amount of enthusiasm on the Democratic side.
Oh,
Tons
yeah.
of new voters coming into the process right now. And as John described, it could be they need a perfect race, but they could have the raw materials for it this cycle.
Absolutely. I mean, because like I said, people are really frustrated with the economy. Everybody's mad about the direction that the country's going. They're upset about this situation in Iran. And this election is an opportunity for them to respond. Because as a voter in this country, going to the ballot box is your way to be able to tell the President of the United States whether or not you are okay with what he's doing. And I just happen to believe that going around Texas and talking to as many people as I have, this is going to be the year that Democrats are going to make a big push at the ballot box.
All right, everybody, our special coverage is going to continue with Laura Coates Live. That starts right now.
Good evening, I'm Laura Coates on this busy election night where there is some major drama in the Democratic Senate primary in Texas. Right now, Texas State Rep James Talrico is leading Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett in the race to be the Democratic nominee for Senate. Both are trying to do what no Democrat has done in a generation, win a statewide race in Texas, which has not happened since 1994. But this primary just got more complicated because the Texas Supreme Court has blocked an earlier ruling that allowed extended voting hours in Dallas County. The court said any votes that came in after the original closing time should not be counted tonight while the case is litigated. They should be separated. Moments ago, Crockett spoke, saying she thinks it's unlikely that a winner will even be known tonight. On the Republican side, incumbent Senator John Cornyn will be headed to a bruising runoff against Attorney General Ken Paxton after neither candidate cleared 50% plus one of the vote. Our reporters and analysts are here to cover it all tonight, and I want to start with CNN's John King, who was at the Magic Wall. John, tell me, how important is the vote count out of Dallas County for that Talrico-Crockett race?
Well, obviously, it is her home base, and every vote counts. And on this first primary night of 2026, we certainly want to start by making sure every vote is counted. But let's look at it. The question is, though, Laura, we'll see what happens in the courts, and we'll see which ballots they count. Hopefully, they count them all if people were in line and thought they could vote. The question is it enough? Is it enough? Because you look right now at the race, the state representative, as you mentioned, James Talrico, leading there 52 to 47. So he's got a 5-point lead, or 70, just shy of 75,000 votes at the moment, with about 63% of the vote counted. Now, how much is out in Dallas County? It's a good question. If they're going to have litigation now about, are all ballots counted or are some ballots, because of the state Supreme Court ruling, ruled out of bounds or after time. At the moment, she's winning big there, 61 to 38. Again, this is her home base, Dallas County, and next door in Tarrant County, Fort Worth. Dallas-Fort Worth, where her district stretches, and she's winning big there with about 65% in. But if you look at the rest of the map, Talarico's running up an impressive coalition. If you look in the other major areas, Travis County, where Austin is, that's the home base of the legislature where he works. It's the big government town, fifth largest of the 254 counties, excuse me. He's getting 76%. You move down to Bexar County, that's San Antonio. He's getting 57% of the vote there. Also impressive, Laura, we've talked about the Latino vote. Did Texas Republicans make a bad bet? Did they think all those Latinos who drifted toward Trump would stay with Republicans? We won't know the answer until November, how that actually plays out in this race and every other race in Texas. But if you look along the Rio Grande Valley, that's mostly Talarico blue you're seeing there. And if you go into some of these counties, it's by pretty big numbers. That has been part of his sales pitch, that he's a candidate who can win some white moderate voters, also win Latino voters. The question is, if he defeats Crockett, and that's an if at this moment, can he also bring in the African-American base of the party? That'll be a question going forward and a conversation for your panel. But the Democrats are trying to pick a candidate, and as you noted, this is every 2 years or 4 years we say, is Texas about to go blue? Is there a chance? They think because of Trump's approval rating and the climate, the broader national midterm climate, that they have a chance. The question now is, who will that Democrat be running against? When incumbents are forced into runoffs, they usually lose. John Cornyn with 43%, he's the senator, he's the incumbent senator. Ken Paxton, the attorney general, at 41. Congressman Wesley Hunt at 13. You look at the map, it's Cornyn and Paxton essentially trading counties as you go through. What's going to happen right now, Laura, this has already been, I just want to show you this, it'll make everybody at home sick to their stomach, because this has already been the most expensive Senate race in history, $71 million just for pro-Cornyn forces. You see all this other money spent. The question is, you have a Republican runoff that goes into May in a midterm election year where Republicans have to defend a lot of ground nationally, a lot of expensive places outside of Texas they need to defend. And so now you're going to have both Cornyn and Paxton going to one Donald J. Trump and say, Mr. President, put your thumb on the scale, because otherwise you're going to have more bloodshed, more spending, more Republican fighting in a place. Listen, if we're talking about this on election night in November, then that means the Democrats are in a very favorable climate. So we still don't know who the Democratic candidate is going to be, but we do know the Republican race goes on for a couple more months, and it's been ugly so far. I can only imagine what it gets like going forward.
So let's talk about going forward with that runoff between Cornyn and Paxton, given, of course, we don't know who they will ultimately, either of them will face in the general. But can you project out a little bit based on what you're seeing right now?
Again, history tells you that incumbents, when forced into that one-on-one race, if they had an early one and they get pushed into a runoff, very hard, right? You're an incumbent. Why didn't you win the first time, right? The forces of change are out there coming at you. However, as Cornyn has said repeatedly, and he's run some pretty crazy, eye-opening ads, I'm not going to repeat the language in them, but you can find them on YouTube, folks at home, if you want to see them. This has been a nasty. I mean, you know, we know about nasty races. This might give new meanings to nasty as you go through. Paxton has had a number of character challenges, a number of ethical challenges, and Cornyn has tried to take advantage of them. But despite all that money he spent, I just showed it to you, they're running almost even in that race. So the question is what happens. You say, you know, so you look at the map like this and you say, can you find a strength or a weakness when it's a one-on-one? It's pretty hard, actually. I just want to show you, if this is overgeneralizing. But this is Bush versus Trump. Cornyn goes back to the George W. Bush days, the Karl Rove days in Texas. Even though he has tried to draft with Trump, in Washington, like a lot of Republicans do, he's not performative like Trump. Paxton is a mega Republican. He sues to help Trump. He says elections were stolen and things like that. So you look at, for Cornyn to win, he needs the traditional, college-educated, suburban, affluent Republicans. In Dallas County, he did pretty well there, 53% to 31%. What struck me is you come down here to Houston and Harris County, the fastest-growing part of the state, they ran even down here. So your more traditional Republicans in that part of the state did not go Cornyn's way. There, you come over again, to the big government town here. This is where Cornyn did have a bigger margin. Your establishment Republicans are around the government town. This is the lobbyists and the fundraisers and things like that. And so you can look at it and see some of the establishment, anti-establishment. Up here in these rural counties where Trump usually runs it up, Cornyn's actually doing pretty well. These are places, I mean, not by huge margins, but these are places Trump has won. So I can actually I can go one place and make the Cornyn argument. I can go somewhere else and make the Paxton argument. I will just tell you, in 40 years of doing this, if you're the incumbent and you get forced through a runoff, that's a problem. But again, given all the Republican dynamics nationally and where they're going to need money and need resources and they would like to focus their attention, the next question in this race will not be the voters in May. It'll be Donald Trump, like tomorrow.
I'm curious also who gets Wesley Hunt's votes going forward as well. John King, stay with us. We'll come back to you in just a moment. A lot to get to tonight. Jasmine Crockett says that she thinks we won't even know the winner of the Democratic Party tonight because the Texas Supreme Court blocked a decision from a judge who ruled that Dallas polling places had to be kept open for 2 hours later than usual. Here's what she said just a few moments ago.
But I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9. According to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said, shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied from Election Day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight.
She's referencing, of course, the Texas Supreme Court. I want to bring in CNN's Jeff Zeleny. He's at James Talrico's headquarters in Austin. Jeff, we know Jasmine Crockett will not be appearing again tonight. She said as much because of this legal fight over the voting extension in Dallas County. What is the Talrico camp saying, Jeff?
Well, Laura, perhaps you can see behind me here, there are a few hundred supporters of James Talarico who have been waiting for what they had hoped would be a victory speech or perhaps some word for the campaign, but it effectively has been just a wait and see with no official announcement from the Talarico campaign at all here. So it is unclear what is coming next. One thing that is clear, the Talarico campaign is confident of their showing across the state of Texas. They believe that they have done very well with Hispanic voters. They believe that they have done very well building a coalition. But one piece of that coalition that, of course, is important to any Democratic candidate is African-American voters, and they largely supported Jasmine Crockett. So that is one of the reasons that I am told that the Talarico campaign is treading carefully here. They are obviously not wanting to disenfranchise any voters and obviously wanting to wait and see for a bit. But the question is, how long does that go? Of course, we are just about a little over an hour after the polls closed here, so not all that much time has passed, but certainly a significant here. But we've not seen James Talarico. But Laura, just taking kind of a bigger picture here from this confusing point at the end. This has been an extraordinary campaign that Texas has seen Jasmine Crockett, of course, a rising star in the Democratic Party, and James Talarico. And they were effectively aligned on policy issues, but in a very different stylistic approach about what type of fighter to be. Jasmine Crockett, of course, wanted to be a louder fighter against President Trump and Republicans. James Talarico often talked about bridging some of those divides, but did push very hard on immigration. So Texas voters had a choice, and we see what the vote has come in so far. But it is not enough. We are waiting for the vote in Dallas County. So certainly an interesting race as Texas Democrats hope that all sides can come together regardless of the outcome and do something that they have not done since 1988 and elect a U.S. senator as a Democrat from here in Texas.
Jeff Salony, a long night ahead. Thank you so much. I want to bring in my panel who will join me for the next hour. Dan Coe, former special assistant to President Biden and also congressional candidate in Massachusetts. T.W. Arrighi, former senior communications aide to Senator Lindsey Graham. Lulu Garcia-Navarro, CNN contributor and New York Times journalist and podcast host. And Brad Todd, CNN political commentator and Republican strategist. I'm glad to have all of you guys here because this is pretty significant what's happening in Texas right now. I mean, the results may not be expected according to Crockett this evening. We will see. Of course, the difference between what is outstanding versus what the lead will be very telling. What do these results tell you so far, Lulu? Talarico is in the lead as of now.
Yeah, I've just been looking at some of the numbers that have come in, and what it says to me, because I've been looking very closely at the Hispanic vote, because Latinos are in play in this election. You're going to see it in the midterms. They swung, obviously, towards Trump pretty hard, even in Texas. And what we're seeing now is that Talarico has done really, really well. Travis County up 53 points. Harris County, Crockett is only up by 8. You know, we've just seen El Paso as well. Talarico up by 26. So, you know, what this says to me is that he has really been able to make a pitch to the constituency of Latinos, and I think that gives the wind at his back. I spoke to a family that I have in Texas. They went for Talarico. They felt that he was the more viable option for them. You know,
viable in the general election?
In the general election, because this is the thing. You know, people are voting strategically. At the end of the day, policy-wise, these candidates don't have a lot to differentiate them. It's more about style and who they are, and really the people that I've spoken to in Texas, they want to win, and they feel like Talarico might be the ticket.
Well, you know, obviously there's a lot of gamesmanship that's happening all across the board. And one area, of course, is the Attorney General in Texas appealed to the Texas Supreme Court about those voting hours being extended. The Attorney General, you guessed it, is Ken Paxton. There's been thoughts from the Crockett camp that people have thought who is the more viable candidate and to try to suppress voters for her. Talk to me about your impressions of these results so far and the fact that there is going to be a cloud, no matter how you slice it, over the fact that these polling hours is now an issue.
Well, I would pump the brakes until we learn a little bit more. I think Ken Paxton and John Cornyn would love to run against Jasmine Crockett. If
Why?
They were going to, because she's the more defeatable candidate. Lulu made a great point about Hispanics. She has lost tremendous ground with Hispanics due to her past comments about Hispanics and sort of their mentality toward voting. Jasmine Crockett also is just far out of line for where Texas is, generally speaking.
To be clear, she said that they had a slave mentality,
correct.
the ones that voted for Donald Trump.
That is correct. And as you pointed out, they are going to be a battleground this race and all the races moving forward. So there's tons of vulnerabilities there that can be exploited, especially if you're Ken Paxton, you have a bunch of baggage yourself. It's good to also direct fire elsewhere. But I think in the early stages here, John made an interesting point about how it's tough being an incumbent and going into a runoff. But there's one X factor, and it's Donald Trump. So
he didn't endorse.
Correct. But I think how these polls play out today and where the pecking order is and who the Democratic nominee is, I assure you, Donald Trump will be looking at where Paxton comes out, where Cornyn comes out, and then where Talarico is, because it smacks a lot of 2018. If we want to avoid that, Cornyn's our guy.
I do wonder, given the fact there will be a runoff and there is an incumbent involved, would that disincentivize Donald Trump from wanting to join in and endorse because the candidate was not a clear victor?
Well, Donald Trump's endorsement pattern in this election cycle has been very different from prior election cycles. In prior cycles, he picked the person who was typically the more maverick candidate, the more outsider candidate. This cycle, he's been very pragmatic. He's picked the candidate that he thought could win the election in November. He's taken a lot of guidance from a lot of other people who had strong opinions about it. He's weighing his options and his endorsements pretty carefully. I think TW's right. I think that if John Cornyn comes out tonight ahead, and if the Republican number versus the Democrat number overall is close, which would be good for Democrats. Republicans typically outvote Democrats in primaries in Texas. If Democrat enthusiasm is a little higher, Tallarico's the nominee, John Cornyn's ahead. I don't think it's impossible that Donald Trump weighs in here. He does not want Texas to be something we're arguing about in October.
Dan, talk to me about this matching game, right? If this person, then this person. I think about nationally.
Yeah.
As Lulu points out, if you're talking about Tallarico and Crockett, policy-wise, they're not that far apart in their stances. The way that they present themselves, worlds apart. They have very different personalities, and frankly, Crockett has been on a national stage for far longer, obviously, than a state rep like Tallarico. What does this say about the national Democratic Party and what they want out of their candidate?
Well, I think what's exciting is that whether it be Tallarico or Crockett, there's a lot of enthusiasm behind both. And you're seeing Democratic enthusiasm, whether it be New Jersey, Virginia, Iowa, Oklahoma, or even Arkansas tonight. In Texas itself, Democratic turnout has doubled since 2022. Trump's net approval has dropped 20 points. You have Cornyn, who's 13 points underwater. You have Paxton, who used public resources to cover up his affair, underwater by 9 points. Meanwhile, Crockett's net positive 10 points, and Tallarico's net positive 18 points, right? So, there are 5 people on the ballot tonight, but this is really about one person, Donald Trump. And if you look at the national wins, it's a problem for Republicans in Texas.
I wonder if we're giving Donald Trump too much credit in this particular race. What do you think?
Well, listen, if Donald Trump's endorsement mattered so much in this particular race, and my Republican friends here could speak more about this than I can. I don't know, but the thing here that I'm just noticing is that you can argue with voters all you want. You can tell them, hey, this is what we think you should do because this is how it's all going to play out. And voters do what voters do. They get excited by a candidate, and there is a lot of enthusiasm for Ken Paxton. He's a known quantity. They see him as a fighter. They have dismissed, some of the baggage that he carries, and they feel like he might be the man. And also, by the way, Donald Trump likes Ken Paxton much more than he likes Cornyn. So even if Donald Trump says, you know what, Cornyn, I'm going to give you the endorsement, I mean, it's going to be out of the side of his mouth because we know that it's not his favorite candidate on the ballot.
Stand by, everyone. I want to keep talking about this. We have much more ahead. Ken Paxton, we were just speaking about it, just spoken about his runoff. Our reporter is at his headquarters, and we'll take you there next. The battle for the Republican nomination for the Texas Senate seat will head to a runoff. Republican incumbent John Cornyn will face MAGA favorite and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. And this race could hinge on the critical endorsement from President Trump, who, has yet to weigh in on this race. I want to bring in CNN's Arlette Saenz, who is at the Paxton Watch Party in Dallas. Arlette, how did Ken Paxton frame this runoff?
Well, Laura, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is preparing for a long 12-week fight in the runoff against Senator John Cornyn. As a Paxton supporter put it here tonight, they are preparing for all-out war against Cornyn. Now, this really wraps up what has already been an increasingly heated primary between Cornyn, Paxton, as well as Congressman Wesley Hunt, who will not be advancing to this runoff. There have been very personal and heated attacks in this debate, something that we will expect to see in the next 12 weeks as this runoff plays out. Now, Attorney General Ken Paxton took the stage here and decried a lot of the big money that has poured into this race. There was more than $70 million that came into this GOP primary to help boost Senator John Cornyn as he is really fighting for political survival in his seat in the U.S. Senate. And Paxton had argued that Cornyn is not always aligned with the president. He referenced some of Cornyn's past remarks when he had suggested back ahead of the 2024 election that perhaps Trump's time was up in office. Take a listen to one of the attack lines that Ken Paxton previewed tonight.
For too long,
he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president. And for too long, he sold us out to Democrats, even siding with Joe Biden to push the worst gun control bill in decades. Those days are coming to an end.
Now, Senator Cornyn really worked throughout this campaign to try to show his loyalty to President Trump. And one of the main attack lines from Cornyn against Paxton has been around some of those controversies that have surrounded the state attorney general. That includes some legal and personal scandals as well. And he made clear, speaking to reporters tonight, that he plans to continue those lines of attack in this runoff. Take a listen.
Character is on the ballot. Ken Paxton doesn't believe that that matters. He believes that all of his misbehavior and his scandals are sort of baked in the cake, and he's won a couple of elections since much of that has come out. But there's much more that will come out in the runoff, and which will demonstrate his unfitness for office and his liability of him, the potential liability of him being the nominee in November.
Now, one big question looming over this contest is whether President Donald Trump will decide to finally get involved. He withheld an endorsement for any of the candidates during this primary contest, but he has left the door open to potentially endorsing a candidate when they get to a runoff. That is something that both the Cornyn sides and the Paxton sides will really be trying to push for in these next 12 weeks as they are trying to secure the GOP nomination. Both Cornyn and Paxton have said that it's an imperative heading into November that they are able to defeat a Democrat here at a time when some Democrats are holding out some hope that this could be the year Texas turns blue.
Well, Zion, thank you so much. My panel is back with me now. I have to say, when you talk about a grueling next 12 weeks, that phrase of a circular firing squad comes to mind. When
On both sides.
On both sides. And so talk to me about the impact of this. Having a runoff, number one, having the amount of money that's already been spent, in terms of the attack ads and beyond. I mean, going into a general election, it's very problematic because now all the Achilles heels are on full display.
This is already the most expensive Senate primary in the history of our country, and I don't think we're a third of the way through the money that will be where we'll be in late May. The challenge for both these campaigns, if you go into a runoff, you are aiming not just at the people who didn't vote for you, vote for that third candidate who are out. You're also trying to move new people in. One unique feature of the Texas primary is that it's quite small. You know, you'll have about 10 million people vote in a presidential general election in Texas. We're going to see like 3 million people tonight vote, 3.32. So there are a lot of people who are on the sidelines tonight who could come back into these runoffs and change who wins.
Tell me why this has been so expensive. What is the real fear among Republicans to make this so expensive?
Well, I don't know if it's a fear per se. It's the schism between the MAGA base and the more generalistic party. Look, going into this election cycle where we need to defend North Carolina, we have big races all over the country, Georgia and elsewhere. We can't be wasting resources going to Texas and donors sending money for a fight between Cornyn and Paxton.
Yet they are.
They are, but this is the impetus that will fall on President Trump. There will be senators calling him all throughout the night and all tomorrow, saying, "Get behind Cornyn. He can win, and we don't have to worry about it." The polling proves it out that he performs better than Paxton does.
But yet Paxton does. I mean, yes, he's got scandals. But he also is somebody who's associated with affirmative action and the overturning and also with the abortion ban, which are issues that have been very popular among Republican voters.
Sure, but by the way, we're talking about John Cornyn like he isn't a down-the-line conservative. He has been a great conservative voice on the Hill, and he's been a great...
laughing. Why are you laughing?
I'm just loving this. Because everyone loves to accuse Democrats of being lame and being a circular firing squad. There wasn't a bigger snoozer than that little clip of Paxton talking. You compare that to what Crockett's energy or Tallarico's energy, and now it looks like the Republicans are about to have a circling firing squad in Texas. Well, the energy is going to be with Democrats exactly where we want them.
Does it make a Democratic candidate more winnable as a result?
I think absolutely. And look, there's another important lesson here. There are two names of people that I used to serve with in the Biden-Harris administration, Jason Garza and Asa Cohen. They are the heads of video for James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett, respectively. They are out there. They have a new type of campaigning that's getting the media attention. And by the way, James Talarico going on Joe Rogan is one of the only reasons why he's going to be the nominee, right? He's not afraid to go to places.
You think he will best Crockett in this?
If he does, a big reason will be he went on Joe Rogan. He did a phenomenal job. He was noticed. It's a place where Democrats don't usually go. It's a lesson learned that I think is really important.
Let's play a little bit of that clip from the Rogan interview.
There is reason and good reasons to be disillusioned. I guess all I'm pushing back on is that second step of it's always going to be this way.
Right. It doesn't have to be this way.
That is the key step.
Right.
So I'm
That's
not on.
because you need to run for president. We need someone who's actually a good person.
Well,
because the Democrats have very few candidates that are.
You cut it right there. The Democrats have very few candidates that are
cliffhanger,
cliffhanger, ... good people. You know, what I look at there, the reason he was on Joe Rogan is because he had a huge social media game already. He was noticed by Joe Rogan on Instagram and on TikTok because he already had that momentum. And
like
so,
a Mamdani style social media campaign?
I mean, well, not a Mamdani style. It was actually him talking about his faith and him talking about his progressive values. And Joe Rogan found that to be an interesting juxtaposition. And that's where Talarico has sort of staked interesting ground for the Democratic Party, which isn't to say that Democrats don't have people of faith. I mean, you've got a preacher, you know, Reverend Warnock, who's a senator, you know, in Georgia. So it's not like it's a new thing, but certainly he has managed to sort of capture this young, sort of forward-facing, religious, progressive persona. Talks about the Bible, talks about how faith doesn't have to only be owned by the right. And so I think people have found that to be exciting.
I'll tell you another thing he captured. He captured Washington Democrats. You know, he outspent Jasmine Crockett 5-1 in this primary campaign because Washington Democrats cut off the spigot. They knew that she was radioactive in a general election. They knew this race would be over as soon as the nominations were done if she was the nominee. Like it or not, she does excite the Democratic base, and that's her problem. She only excites the Democratic base. So that with that 5-1 spending advantage, he's still barely winning the Democratic primary. That tells us a lot about where Democratic primary voters are. They're well left of their Washington leadership right now.
And by the way, I would also add, as somebody who was featured in a Talarico ad recently, much to my surprise, it kind of reminds me of another candidate who was really good on social media and ran a lofty campaign in Texas. His name was Beto O'Rourke. The difference between 2018 and today, when he lost by 2 and some change, is that the generic ballot was a bigger advantage for Democrats back then than it is now. The Democratic Party is still unpopular branding-wise today. And the numbers still are better for Republicans, even though we are facing headwinds going into this election. So when we talk about how are you going to make up that gap, oh yeah, and he was running against Ted Cruz, who is far more bombastic and divisive than John Cornyn is. So the question is then how do you make up that gap?
But he was running against Ted Cruz, but you have the, you know, incumbency, which always, and the name recognition, which always helps. I mean, if you have a Ken Paxton, who is well known in Texas, running against a Talarico, again, you know, it's going to be a problem.
Exactly why I want Cornyn.
Well, thank you, everyone. We have a lot more to cover. I wouldn't count either candidate out yet at all. We're still tracking the results coming out of Texas, including the close race between Democrats James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett. John King back at the Magic Wall in just a moment. A live look at the headquarters of Democratic State Representative James Talarico in Austin, Texas, where we're waiting to see if he'll speak tonight as his race for Texas Senate against Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett remains too early to call. Let's get to CNN's John King at the Magic Wall. John King, tell me what you're seeing.
So you look at this, you see 52 to 47, you see 85,920 votes ahead, and you ask the smart question at home, why haven't you called this race? Let me try to explain it to you. You've heard some controversy tonight about Dallas County. This is where Congressman Jasmine Crockett's district is. She says that she wants some votes counted. There's been a court case. The state Supreme Court has said, wait a minute, only if you voted before 7 o'clock. We want that to go forward. As someone who's done this for 40 years, I hope everybody who was in line at 7 o'clock gets their vote counted. But, and this is important, but, there would have to be 100,000, 200,000 votes here. There's no indication there's anywhere near that. That's not the issue. We want those votes to be counted, but Congresswoman Crockett would need tens of thousands of votes to overcome. Here's the reason we haven't called this race yet. There is another Democratic candidate on the ballot, a minor candidate on the ballot. So we need to wait for a little more of the vote to come in to make sure that he stays above 50%. It is most unlikely at this point that Congresswoman Crockett can come back. Mathematically, sure, it's possible, but you have 68% of the vote now counted. It is most unlikely. Improbable is being kind. The question is, when the rest of the vote comes in, well, let's just give you a look here. This is where the live outstanding vote is. You see some pretty big circles here. So we're up to 60% or 70% in some of these population centers, but the early votes came in first. Our decision desk just wants to get comfortable with the election day vote, get up to a higher percentage so you're comfortable with it. And you see, in the Houston area here, pretty big circle. Up in the Dallas area, pretty big circle. Even in Austin and San Antonio, the color tells you who's winning in those areas. So if you're the Crockett campaign, you're saying, yeah, there's some votes down here. There are some votes up here. Again, though, you look at that margin, 85,000, and you look at that. But just the Republican race is going to a runoff because no candidate got 50% of the vote. I just want to remind people here, just show up the share of the vote right here. There is an other on the ballot here, and that other has 1.3% of the vote. So you've got 51.9, so 52 to 47. The question is, as the rest of the votes come in, does the third candidate grow a little bit to move that down from 52 to below 50? The math, as you come back to the full map, suggests that won't happen. But we're cautious, we're conservative here as we count votes. And so we just want more of the votes to get comfortable to make sure the Democratic race is not going to go to a runoff. But it looks at this moment, we're not there yet, but your eyes don't lie about the size of that lead.
And we know the Republicans have a runoff that's going to happen as well. Walk us through what's going on there.
Right, and so you have the Democratic incumbent. Again, I said this earlier, I'm overgeneralizing a bit, but this is essentially Bush versus Trump in the state of Texas. And that John Cornyn goes back to the George W. Bush, Karl Rove days in Texas. He has drafted with Trump in the United States Senate, but he's not a Trumpy guy, certainly not from a performative standpoint. He votes with the president most of the time. Republican incumbent in Texas getting 42% of the vote. That's not good. That's not good if you're the incumbent senator in your state in the Republican primary. The Attorney General, Ken Paxton, who is an election denier like Donald Trump, has sued to help Donald Trump in a lot of lawsuits in the courts. A much more Trumpy candidate getting 41%. Congressman Whatley Hunt, who's also been a Trump ally. Republicans there are going to call him the spoiler in this race at 13. What does this mean? This is definitely going to a runoff here, which means not until May will we know the Republican candidate. And when you look at the map, there's no magic in looking at the map to say which candidate has an advantage. I will say this 13% of the vote did not vote for John Cornyn, the incumbent senator on the ballot. History tells you if you're the incumbent, you do not want to be forced into a runoff, because if you only got 42% the first time, that tells you about 60% of your party is looking for something different. And now you're going to be in a one-on-one. But I would say this, as you look at this math tonight, yes, there will be a runoff in May. Yes, Texas Republicans will settle their candidate then. But between an hour or two ago, when we realized this was going to a Republican, and I would say a week from now, there's going to be a lot of phone calls, a lot of requests from Senator Cornyn, from Attorney General Paxton, from all of their allies on one man, the President of the United States, asking him to put his thumb on the scale and try to settle this. This is a tough midterm year for Republicans, Laura. This is the first primary night. Republicans tonight are going to lose their House majority. Can they change that between now and November? Sure. But history tells you, the president's approval rating tells you they're going to lose their House majority, and they are at risk of losing their Senate majority. Much more difficult for Democrats, but not impossible. What do you want? What do you not want if you're a Republican? To be spending tens of millions of dollars more on a family feud in Texas that could weaken your candidate and give Democrats a chance in a red state. So this is going to become a big issue at the Trump White House. It already is. But when the sun comes up tomorrow, a lot of people are going to be asking the president, sir, you didn't endorse in the primary. How about the runoff?
John King, stay with us. Thank you so much. Coming up, we will go back to James Tallarico's headquarters as results from this primary, they keep coming in. We're following the close race in the Democratic primary for Texas Senate. James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett are currently separated by about 85,000 votes. I want to go to CNN's Jeff Zeleny at Tallarico headquarters. Jeff, how is the Tallarico camp feeling right now?
Well, Laura, it's been a wait-and-see spirit here for the last couple hours. There was a big celebratory feeling, and then there was a bit of a deflation. But I have just been told a few moments ago that there will be a person on stage speaking here. The light just came on, but it is not going to be James Talarico. I am told that a Texas state representative who is a surrogate and friend of the Talarico campaign, Senator John Busey, will be addressing the crowd this evening. It is unclear if he's going to ask supporters to stay. Some of them have been trickling off. One told us as she was leaving, "It's past my bedtime." So we are going to hear from a surrogate and supporter of Representative Talarico here shortly. I've also learned that there's been no communication between Talarico or Jasmine Crockett. Of course, they've been in a very fiercely competitive race. I'm told their campaigns have also not been communicating this evening. Of course, the Crockett campaign is in Dallas. Talarico is here in Austin. So all of this sort of leads to the one question: would there be party unity at the end of this bruising primary? It's always a question in primaries. Often there is unity once that goes forward. But look, Democrats are trying to do something that they have not done in a very long time here, and that is flipping a Senate seat blue. So we will be hearing shortly from a top surrogate and supporter of Representative Talarico, and we'll see what he has to say about the campaign's plans. But they do remain confident about their showing across the state of Texas. But again, they are waiting and watching for more of that election day vote to come in before the race, of course, can be called and before Talarico to address this crowd. Laura?
Jeff Zolny, thank you so much. And my panel is back with me. We already heard from Jasmine Crockett earlier in the evening saying that she would not come back on stage tonight. There is this pending litigation issue with respect to the polls being at first extended 2 hours and then not allowed to have those votes counted if you were not in line by 7 p.m. in the Dallas County Democratic polling places alone. And just for our audience to realize, if this had been a joint primary, the voters could have voted anywhere in the county. Because it was a separate primary between Democrats and Republicans, they had to vote at a particular precinct. That caused confusion, hence triggering all of this litigation in the courts. But talk to me about just the fact that it's the early voting that so many candidates, particularly these two, were focused on. It didn't seem to pan out the way at least the Crockett camp thought.
It didn't, and then also the Texas Supreme Court litigation should be a warning sign for any Democrat concerned about whether the midterms are going to happen at all, right? Like, there's already litigation that are holding up potential votes. It already shows how election engineering and changing the way polling locations are conducted, how it can affect votes dramatically. So I think all Democrats should not take for granted that we are going to have free and fair elections in November. That means literally making sure that we are holding all of our Secretary of States accountable. It means making sure we have the right lawyers at the right polling places. And it means having our cameras out in every single location to make sure that we're holding people accountable.
TW doesn't buy this.
That's an irresponsible comment. I mean, Texas has had 3 weeks of early voting. They've had no excuse walk-in voting at many remote locations in every urban county. You can vote by mail in Texas by any reason very easily. They've had early voting since 1994, longer than almost any state. It's irresponsible to suggest that this is chicanery.
Donald Trump has already said that he may have to take over elections in November.
I'm suggesting this is irresponsible for you to say this is chicanery. Texans have had 3 weeks to vote. Don't say things that are going to tell people things that are not happening.
And also, I have a question. Where is the proof that it has had a dramatic effect? I mean, I'm not clear that what has happened here with the polling places has had a quote-unquote dramatic effect. Right. I mean, there is no evidence of that.
I think at the very least it's led to confusion, where people are routines and voting. It certainly
They vote
has.
at their precincts where they always vote. That's the way Texas
We
works.
already have a president who has already said that he may take over elections in November. I don't think anyone should take for granted that we're going to have a normal election cycle this season.
There is a massive difference between confusion on Election Day that happened in Dallas, as you pointed out rightfully, 3 full weeks in a full jumping to federalization of elections, which, by the way, the Democrats tried to do in 2018, but we don't want to talk about that. So, look, I think that is a massive jump to go from
He's already
some people
said
were
he might do
confused
it.
in Dallas.
He's already said he
and
might
Nashville.
do it.
But there is no evidence that this has anything to do with it or that he will. You just brought that in.
Well,
let's
let's talk about what's happening in the field right now. In particular, this is for the next 12 weeks. Republicans are not going to have a candidate who will ultimately run in that general election. Democrats will likely know who their candidate is within hours, if not a day, of who it is. What is going to be the impact on Republicans, the two Republicans who are in the runoff, knowing full well they will have a set field with the Democrats?
Well, they're about to just aim all their fire at each other when they could be actually aiming their fire at the Democratic candidate. And so obviously this is a huge setback, and to paint it in any other way is, I think, you know, it does. I mean, of course, what Trump does is going to matter. Of course. I mean, they both tried to run so close to Trump that it was like if their lips were any closer, they would have sort of like surgically been attached to him. So obviously what he does matters, but this is a huge, huge problem for them because they're going to be fighting with each other. And meanwhile, the Democrats, if it looks like it continues the way it is and you're going to have a clear nominee, are just basically going to be running against the Republicans, and they're not going to have this infighting.
I assume your larger point about the issue of free and fair elections is that would be what Democrats have been running on or talking about for some time. That won't come into play yet here if the Republicans are essentially doing their own bidding against one another.
Certainly, but I just think that there is a generalized anxiety that any alteration of a regular schedule of elections, whether it be polling locations or whether it be changing other dynamics, is going to influence voter behavior. It depends on how you define dramatic. I think even a single person who can't find their location or gets confused because of engineering of a change is going to be a problem for people. And we can't take for granted this president who continues to mess with our Constitution, that all of a sudden we just think that he's going to allow free and fair elections in November. I don't think that's something we should take for given.
We have a lot more to talk about that. I want to hear everyone's opinion. We have a lot to discuss. Everyone stand by. A second live hour of our election night coverage continues after a short break. Good evening, I'm Laura Coates, and we're following a doozy of an election night, the first one in the midterm cycle, and all eyes are on Texas, where the battle for the Democratic and Republican Senate nominations are going into overtime. For the Democrats, the race remains too close to call between Texas State Representative James Talarico and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Talarico leads, but voting issues in Dallas County mean we're still waiting to get more results. Meanwhile, Republicans are headed to a runoff. Incumbent Senator John Cornyn will face State Attorney General Ken Paxton after neither candidate reached 50%. Now the focus turns to President Trump as he decides who he will endorse in the runoff. And moments ago, we got a hint of who Trump might support. Trump's 2024 campaign manager, Chris Acevita, posting this warning to Paxton on X, quote, "The second wave is going to be a B word." Our team of political experts are covering every angle of these races. I want to check in with John King at the Magic Wall. John, what are we still looking for in this race between Talarico and Crockett?
It's after midnight. You don't read the B word?
I mean, it flows from my tongue quite fluently, but I decided to indulge you.
I appreciate your family-friendly attitude here. What are we looking for? We're looking in the Democratic Senate primary for just a few more votes because your eyes don't lie. That's a 7-point lead. We're at 70% of the vote in. It's 91,000 votes. And you look at the map, and it's pretty hard. It's almost impossible, improbable that Jasmine Crockett can make it up. You mentioned there's a controversy. There's going to be some litigation over which votes should be counted. The Texas State Supreme Court saying maybe some votes shouldn't be counted in Dallas County, and that's very important. And we should watch as that plays out. It'll probably take a couple of days in the courts here. But this is Crockett's home base. She's winning big. She is hoping that if every vote that she wants to be counted, that it will help her a little bit here. But I want to be very clear about this. This is not about Dallas County. There are not enough votes there. She would need tens and tens of thousands of votes to overcome Congressman Talarico's lead. The only question we have at this point is, does Congressman Talarico stay above 50%? We'll show you the Republican race in a second. They're going to a runoff because no candidate got 50% of the vote. Talarico is now approaching 53% of the vote as we get up to 72% of the vote in. So the trend line is his direction. What are you waiting for? Number one, we're very cautious when we do this, especially with a lot of people out there questioning the legitimacy of elections. People count votes the right way, including here at CNN. The bigger the circle, the more live outstanding votes. That means we're just waiting for more of the election day vote count to come in. We've gotten a little bit. It's been trickling in the last hour or so. Sometimes they go to bed. That's okay. And you wake up the next day and they report more. So we have to get to a point where our decision desk is comfortable that Tallarico is going to stay above 50%. Otherwise, this goes to a runoff. It certainly looks that way right now as you look at where the outstanding votes are. Yes, the Crockett campaign can say down here in the Houston area, up here in the Dallas area, but the Tallarico campaign also has some circles there. And if you've watched this play out overnight, my history of being at this wall tells me he's in good shape as long as it continues to track the way it is. One other thing I just want to show you, just to make the point, we don't have there's one minor Democratic candidate on the ballot who's getting 1.3% of the vote. So Tallarico, last time I showed this, he was just at 52. Now he's moving closer to 53. That's the only question. Does that number, does his share of the vote stay above 50%? And we want to get comfortable by seeing a little bit more of the vote there. We've been talking about things that could work, in his favor or not. They had nothing from Williamson County the last time we spoke. His state representative district is here in Travis County. Travis County is the Austin area. He represents an area right here. His former district, old district, used to stretch it to Williamson County. So this is part of his base. We've been waiting for these votes to come in, and he's getting 72% as the first votes came in from Williamson County. So our decision desk is looking at places like that. What are we looking for? We're looking for trends, and that certainly bodes well for Mr. Tallarico, Representative Tallarico, as we wait. But we want to get to the comfort zone as we watch it out to make sure he stays above 50, which is not what happened here. And you mentioned at the top, Chris LaCivita, one of Donald Trump's top campaign aides. We'll see what happens. We'll see if Chris is talking personally. He has a, let me say, interesting history with the consultants down in that race in Texas. It could just be that. Some of your guests at the table understand what I mean when I say this. Sometimes those grudges carry on for cycle after cycle after cycle. But John Cornyn, the Republican incumbent, is going to be in a runoff against the Attorney General, Ken Paxton. This is the race that has already shed a lot of Republican blood and a lot of Republican money. Now it goes into a May runoff in a state where, again, if Democrats are going to take back not just the House in this midterm year, but also the Senate, that's why on this first primary night we're talking about Texas. And Democrats hope that this goes on for months and it's bloody, but there will be a lot of pressure, Laura, on the President of the United States. So when you see what his aides are saying, maybe they get to him, but sometimes Donald Trump marches to his own beat. But we'll see if he gets involved.
Let's talk about what's going on with the Republican Dan Crenshaw. He's in trouble.
So one of the interesting things here, you look at this is the Texas Republican map. I'll give you two races, including the one you just mentioned. Make sure I get into the right one here. Whoops, move over here. There we go. Dan Crenshaw, very well known, nationally visible Republican, is losing in his primary. We have not called this race yet, but 62% of the vote in, he's losing, 58% to 39%. Dan Crenshaw is a very conservative Texas Republican who occasionally runs afoul of Donald Trump. And this is what can happen to you in a primary election when you do that, even in a red state like Texas. So, again, we're not at the finish line yet, but your eyes don't lie about the margin there. And it's just an interesting dynamic. When you talk in this election year, when people say, Trump's approval rating is underwater, why don't more Republicans stand up and challenge Donald Trump when they disagree with Donald Trump on tariffs or on this or on that? Well, this is one of the reasons why. Because in a primary campaign, if you are seen as not being with Trump, it can, in many places in the country, including Texas, hurt you. I just want to give you one more footnote. Been a lot of talk about Tony Gonzalez. This is the Republican incumbent from Texas who tragically had a former congressional aide commit suicide. You've seen the text messages of an alleged relationship between them. I won't get into the details. But the House Republican leadership did not withdraw their endorsements of Tony Gonzalez. They had hoped that he would lose his primary. We're only at 66% of the vote. He's 897 votes ahead right now. So we're not going to know the answer here until tomorrow, maybe even days as they count the votes. But the Republican leadership was hoping that the voters would solve their problem and send Tony Gonzalez home. Unclear if that will happen. He's leading at the moment.
John King, thank you so much. I want to go to Jeff Zeleny at James Tallarico's headquarters. Jeff, we just heard from a Tallarico surrogate there. What did he say?
Well, Laura, a state representative, John Busey, who served with James Tallarico in the Texas State House, urged supporters here to sit tight. And so far, even at this late hour, most of them have. We've seen a few of them going home. One woman said it's past her bedtime, but many are staying. And this top surrogate of the Tallarico campaign said that tonight their movement is shocking the nation. He said we are still waiting for some more votes to come in, and he asked people to sit tight. So the anticipation of the Tallarico campaign is that they will be able to speak tonight. They believe that they're confident of the performance across the state, as John was just going through there. But they are still waiting for some of the Election Day vote to come in, and also mindful of the next task. Should he be declared the victor in this primary, unifying this party is going to be the chief order of business. I am told that neither of the two candidates, Jasmine Crockett, the member of Congress, and James Tallarico, have spoken to one another tonight. I'm told that no top campaign aides have spoken to one another tonight. However, talking to voters here over the last several days in Texas, many Democratic voters were torn over which candidate to support. I met a woman in Houston yesterday who decided to vote for Tallarico, but she loved Jasmine Crockett. I met the reverse of that today in Austin, someone who, like James Tallarico, voted for Jasmine Crockett. So it's unclear how difficult it will be to unify the party, regardless of how it goes. But for the candidates in campaigns, at least, they are not speaking. But the Tallarico campaign waiting for some more vote to come in. We will see if he's able to address this crowd here tonight. But the word is to sit tight, so most of them are, and I can report that the bars are still open here in Austin, so that is what's keeping some of these supporters here at least a little bit longer. Laura?
Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much. I want to bring back my panel. Dan Coe, former special assistant to President Biden and also a congressional candidate in Massachusetts. T.W. Arrighi, former senior communications aide to Senator Lindsey Graham. Lulu Garcia-Navarro, CNN contributor and New York Times journalist and podcast host. And Brad Todd, CNN political commentator and Republican strategist. You know, it says a lot that these two candidates on the Democratic side, Crockett and Tallarico, substantively, policy-wise, not very far apart. Stylistically, seem to be worlds apart. Tell me your assessment of what this means, knowing that Tallarico is in the lead.
I think he was able to make real inroads. He had a few key moments in the race. Basically, I think he had a lot of money. He ran a very effective social media campaign.
The Colbert situation?
And then I was about to say, he really took advantage of what happened with Colbert, where all of a sudden he was going to have an interview with Colbert, and then Colbert said, they're actually trying to take away this interview, you know, because the viewers, because he's too much of a threat. And he ran on that. He basically said, they're trying to keep me quiet. And I think that had some resonance for voters in Texas.
I want to play for you guys what he has said about his faith. And I think, you know, we know faith can come in very different forms in politics. Listen to what he had to say.
My faith teaches me to love my neighbor as myself. Not just my neighbor who looks like me. Not just my neighbor who prays like me. Not just my neighbor who votes like me. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. And when I was real little, he told me that we're supposed to follow the two commandments that Jesus gave us. Love God and love neighbor.
He is a Presbyterian seminarian, and he has used really every opportunity he can during the campaign to talk about his faith. Is that an effective strategy that not only is helping him to be in the lead, but also could prove formidable in a general?
Perhaps. Look, I don't disagree with anything he just said there.
It'd be odd if you did.
Yeah.
That's a new ad. That's a new ad.
Right? No, I think it's always good to hear people talk about their faith, but then people might say, hey, look, I agree with everything you said, but then why do you believe X, Y, and Z? Why are you okay with biological males playing in female sports? Why are you okay with expanded abortion access if you're a Christian? Why are you X, Y, or Z? There's a whole host of things. Why do you say God is non-binary? There's all sorts of things that James Tallarico will have to level with some of those Christian communities if he wants to peel them away from the Republican fold. It's a great message, but he has to level it with the rest of his political platform.
I mean, given who he may be up against, if he wins, again, we have not called this race. The numbers are still coming in. The polls have not revealed the victor in the primary. But there's always this discussion, whoever is going to be the victor in the Republican runoff, who they are anticipating they might run against. And say you have a Paxton who is ultimately running against somebody like a Tallarico. I mean, you've got quite a juxtaposition of somebody who is led with his faith and a lot of the scandals that, say, a Paxton has. How might that be playing out in the minds of Republican strategists?
Well, I think for Democratic donors, the endorphin kick of voting for the preacher against the philanderer will be just way too much to take. And James Tallarico will raise a lot of money from Democrat donors, even if he doesn't have a great chance to win, which I don't think he does have a great chance to win against anyone. On the other hand, I think a lot of Republican primary voters in this runoff may be very pragmatic. And they're going to see that John Cornyn, if they don't agree with him on everything, they think he's been a good senator, they think he's voted mostly the way they want him to. I think that pragmatic voting will kick in the runoff.
What you're hearing is wishful thinking, I think. But
no, John Cornyn did better than anybody thought he was going to do tonight. He was at most polling had him trailing by 5 or 6. He's ahead 2 or 3. It's been
Why do you think that is?
Well, I think first off, both candidates trained their fire on Wesley Hunt in the closing stages of this primary, and I think most Wesley Hunt voters were John Cornyn's second choice voters. And I think as they saw Wesley Hunt take on more water, they moved to John Cornyn.
Do you know the problem that I think Tallarico is going to have? It's with black voters. Black voters in Texas are the bedrock, as they are in many communities. There has been a lot of bad blood because of what happened with Colin Allred, allegedly, because now Jasmine Crockett, clearly those two don't like each other very much. And I do think while Tallarico is doing very well with white voters, with Latino voters, it remains to be seen if he can excite, black voters in Houston, in Dallas. That is going to be important.
I think there was something really subtle. He's evoking a sense of unity in a time of intense division. We have a president who's dividing us on racial lines, on religious lines. His lines about loving thy neighbor, which obviously is a religious evoking, reminds you of President Obama saying there's not a red America or a blue America, it's the United States of America. In a time where so many people are looking for hope, in a time of division, and want to see people actually get things done, I think that's really something that really touches on a visceral chord. And you compare that to Paxton, who obviously has the philandering past and been impeached. I think that contrast is going to be very compelling.
Let's talk about, though, I want to bring out your point further, Lulu, because we are talking about primaries right now.
Right.
And in order to be successful in a general, you have to get out, obviously, more than just your own party. Every single one of these candidates is going to have to expand their tent. They can't contract it. When you look at the options, what are the themes that need to be said, that need to convince voters that they should be under their tent? Because you're talking about bigger issues than, say, the attack ads. There are going to be some very core national issues that are come into play. What do you identify them as?
Well, the number one issue is affordability. It's always going to be the case. And look, I think voters are nuanced. They're practical. They might say, I love everything Tallarico is saying. I wish we could come together. But I disagree with him on all these things. I do not think this is what is going to move our nation forward. I do not think that the Democratic policies that Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett propose are what's going to put us on a path to affordability, that are going to bring my tax bill down, that are going to bring my grocery bills down. And oh yeah, I also kind of like Donald Trump, even though I don't agree with everything he says. I still would vote for Ken Paxton, even though I think his past is a concern. People balance that way. And also, you brought up black voters. That's really important. I kept mentioning 2018. In the Beto O'Rourke case, because that was the closest case study we have in recent times. Turnout in that race was low, unusually low for both Republicans and Democrats. So if you're soft on black voters as a Democrat, that's a massive problem when every vote matters. Democrats, there were 700,000 less Democrats that voted in that race than did the next year. A million less than they did 4 years later. So that's a massive concern.
Is it motivating enough with the potential to turn Texas blue that would draw out more voters than normal?
Listen, this is the big question of this election writ large across the country, right? Is it going to be a wave election? Is this going to be a blue wave? Or is this going to be a blue, what was it that happened with the Republicans? They thought it was going to be a red wave and then they called it a red, teardrop.
Dribble.
Anyway, dribble. I mean, and that's ultimately the question. I mean, what we're seeing right now in if the numbers hold, is that you did have strong Democratic turnout. But it wasn't like, oh my God, clutch your heart, I'm going to pass out with joy if I'm a Democrat. Looking at that, yeah, people were excited, they're engaged, but it's not really clear if you can expand that, pull away from Republicans. At the end of the day, though, what we know, it's going to be drama, it's going to be expensive, and it's going to be really, really ugly. And a lot of eyes are going to be on Texas. It's already tell you a lot.
It's already been expensive. We're talking about Republicans in the campaign already. And you've already said it's anticipated to be even more expensive now that you know you've got 12 more weeks before Punxsutawney Phil sees his shadow.
I think Punxsutawney Phil is going to be out in the morning no matter what else we find out tonight. You know, the challenge for the Republican is much shorter, easier than the Democrat. Donald Trump won Texas by 14 points. John Cornyn, the last time he was on the ballot, won by 10 points. Democrats haven't won a Senate election since 1988. So James Tallarico can be a very good candidate, could run a very good campaign, and still get smoked by 6 or 8 points. Ken Paxton can be a bad candidate. He can have problems and still get smoked. And John Cornyn, of course, I think if he's the nominee, this race is over. I don't think we have to talk about John Cornyn. If John Cornyn wins the nomination, we're not talking about this race in October.
Yeah, but I may add, if you don't mind, just really briefly, but you brought up money. And one of the reasons we got to get this thing over with, this primary process over with in a hurry, is because we don't want that deviation of funds away from Susan Collins, from Michael Whatley, from all our other great candidates.
From Michelle Tafoya, from John Sununu.
Exactly, John Sununu, exactly. And look, I worked on the Lindsey Graham race, and I saw how all that money flowed to Jamie Harrison, only for him to get walloped by 10 because people convinced themselves that these phony poll numbers showed a resurgence of Democrats in South Carolina. I think what we're going to see is, just as we've seen in cycles past in Texas, Democrats don't have as good of a shot as they think they do.
Everyone stand by. More ahead on this very point. One of Jasmine Crockett's progressive colleagues in the House is calling James Tallarico the future of the Democratic Party. He's live with us next. James Tallarico is currently about 130,000 votes ahead of Jasmine Crockett in the Texas Senate Democratic primary. Let's check back with Jeff Zeleny at Tallarico's headquarters. Jeff, you're there with Democratic Congressman Greg Casar, a Tallarico supporter.
Laura, I am. Thank you very much. Congressman, quite a night here in Texas, obviously. How did James Tallarico capture the imagination of so many Texas voters during this rather brief campaign?
Look, James has shown that he can bring people together, whether you're conservative or progressive or independent, with a kind of campaign that talks about lowering costs for everyday people and tackling corruption. And it looks like he's likely to be up against Ken Paxton, who has been indicted for corruption by the federal government in the past and impeached by his own Republican colleagues for corruption. And so I think James drew a very clear contrast of what it looks like to be an elected official that really cares about people and cares about their pocketbooks.
Obviously, long before November, and it's unclear what Republican will make it through that runoff in May, but this race has still not been called. The Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who you serve with, is saying that voters in Dallas County and elsewhere were disenfranchised. What do you call on her to do after this is resolved?
Well, look, I think that Democrats and, frankly, Republicans, Texans should be outraged about the Republican officials in Dallas County and then in Williamson County here in the Austin suburbs changing the rules and ultimately making it so much more difficult for people to vote. And what I tell folks is, when you see politicians, officials trying to make it harder for you to vote, you've got to turn out in even greater numbers. So I've urged James, Jasmine, every part of our party to come together and tell folks that the folks that are trying to stop you from voting are also the same folks that are lining their own pockets in office, the same people making things more expensive, and to come out and turn out in record numbers this November. We're seeing record turnout in this primary. We need record turnout also in November.
Do you anticipate that unifying this party will be a challenge after the winner is declared?
I see the party being unified because we have two excellent candidates that know each other well. And so I think they're going to come together, and I think our party is going to come together after tonight to win in November. And I think voters are fired up to win in November because we actually know that we have a shot of flipping the state this year. And don't take that from me as a Democrat. take it from the National Republican Senate campaign arm, who put out a poll showing that they're very worried that Ken Paxton loses by a significant margin to James Tallarico if the race was today.
But for Democrats to do something that they've not done in really since 1988, elect a Democratic U.S. Senator from Texas, the party would have to be, one, unified, but also what would it have to do? Would the Tallarico campaign, should he be declared the victor, have to keep trying to expand the tent and win over moderate voters and maybe some disillusioned Republicans? Is that the right strategy?
Look, this is not just about running further to the left or further to the right. It's about running right towards working class people. The vast majority of Texas voters, regardless of ideology, feel like the government doesn't work for them. And so having an inspirational candidate that's going to make your life better, that makes a huge difference. And the last thing I'll say is, in 2018, Beto O'Rourke came awfully close to beating Ted Cruz, just a couple 100,000 votes difference. Since then, the Republicans have voted to kick 4 million Texans off of their affordable health care, all to give billionaires a tax break. If just a few thousand of those millions of Texans come out and vote for James Tallarico, you could see a huge swing here in November.
The final thing here, do you hope that this race is resolved, if not tonight, at some point quite soon, so Democrats can get on with the fall campaign?
Yeah, but look, I think this was, of course, a difficult primary, and you're going to have a difficult primary when it feels like the person we nominate actually has a really good shot of being not just our general election nominee, but winning the U.S. Senate race. So I understand. I think it should be understandable that this was a difficult primary, but now it's time for everybody to come together and recognize that we are taking on these lawless politicians, the Trump politicians who lied through their teeth about bringing down costs, and all they've done is push costs up while lining up their own pockets, and we've got to really focus on that.
Congressman, quite a night here in Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Laura, back to you.
Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much. Much more on the Texas Senate primary ahead, but we're also covering a major development in the war with Iran. Sources telling us that the CIA is planning to arm Kurdish forces to spark an uprising in Iran. The very latest next. Breaking news in the Middle East, the CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces in hopes those forces can create the uprising in Iran President Trump is calling for. And Kurdish armed groups do have thousands of forces in the region. One Iranian Kurdish official telling CNN, quote, "We believe we have a big chance now." Now, the Pentagon has identified 4 of the 6 U.S. service members who were killed in the Iranian drone strike on Sunday. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amor, and Sergeant Declan Cody. Our deepest condolences to their families. With me now, retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, lead global security analyst at the Washington Post, Josh Rogan, Lulu Garcia-Navarro, and Brad Todd are also back with me. Admiral, I want to start with this news that multiple sources telling CNN that the CIA is working to provide weapons to the U.S.-backed Kurdish forces to try to spark an uprising in Iran. Is that a sound strategy?
Well, I'm not sure if the Kurds are going to be the right source, but I'll tell you the 2 times I've been involved in air-only operations that were eventually successful were Libya in 2011 and Kosovo in 1999. In both cases, there were armed insurgencies on the ground, 50,000 plus, either the KLA in Kosovo or the former army forces in Libya. So you need those armed insurgents. Whether the Kurds are the right ones, I think, is a good discussion to have. But you do need those armed insurgents, or an air-only campaign won't work.
What are the risks? I mean, is that
enough? The risks are that you're going to spark a civil war inside of Iran that's going to plunge the nation into devastation for a generation without achieving any of your aims, and that you're going to drag Turkey into the war by supporting the Kurdish PKK, which is against the Turkish government, and then you're just going to expand the war and nothing's going to be achieved. I mean, we've seen time and time again that trying to force armed insurgencies onto countries with no legitimacy is a recipe for disaster. And the best case scenario is that the Kurds carve out a piece of Iran that they can rule and defend against the IRGC. And the worst case scenario is that it actually just plunges that country into much more suffering than they even have now. And I think it's a fool's errand, and I think all of the possibilities are pretty much negative.
Admiral?
Yeah, I'd say the armed insurgency that would work, I think, would be if the actual Iranian army, the non-IRGC military units, the Artesh, if they were to actually turn on the government, that's the kind of armed insurgency that I think would be successful, because it wouldn't be some kind of sectarian or tribal difference, and which is what Josh is right, that you'll get that if it's a Kurdish-led insurgency. There's going to be a lot of blowback against the American effort.
Yeah, you're going to turn the Iranians in favor of the regime because they're going to be against the Kurds, and it's going to just think about what we're doing to this country. We're going to topple their government, and then we're going to say, oh, we want you to rise up against the IRGC, but we're not going to give you the tools to do so. So the Democratic opposition is going to get crushed. The Kurdish opposition is going to be in a constant state of war. And none of those things result in a stable Iran. None of those things result in an Iran that is a constructive member of the region, or it does anything that the Trump administration says that it wants. And to do this after the fact, after we already invaded and we already attacked, just shows that we have a strategy that's tactically very effective, but strategically completely bankrupt. Because we already started the war, and they still have no idea who's going to run Iran. They have no idea what they're going to do. And they have no idea what they're doing, and it's pretty obvious. And I just think that's, grossly irresponsible. And for them to come in now and say, "Oh, don't worry, we're going to arm thousands of Kurdish fighters in the middle of the Iraqi, hinterlands, and they're going to solve the problem," is just ridiculous, and it's an insult to the intelligence of Americans and an insult to the aspirations for freedom of millions of Iranians also.
There's also been a lot of confusion in terms of not just the what now, but the why now has been a part of the issues that everyone's been talking about. I mean, you had Secretary Rubio arguing yesterday that the U.S. feared Iran would retaliate in response to an Israeli attack. Then today the president said this, Lulu.
We were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack if we didn't do it. If anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
Yeah, it's been one different sort of justification for this after another. And to Josh's point, the issue here is who benefits if you have an Iran that is in civil war, is completely at each other's throats. You have a region that is fighting. Who benefits? Israel benefits. And so at this point, you have to ask, what is the strategic aim that the United States has here? And how does America benefit from this? Having an entire region plunged into conflict. We've seen this movie before, and it doesn't end very well for us. So I'm just very curious. I have yet to hear an explanation from the administration as to how this helps the United States in any way, shape, or form 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, 3 years from now.
Not the kind of question you want to ask politically in a midterm election year.
Well, wait a minute. The region has already been plunged into conflict because of the Iranian regime. They funded Hezbollah. They funded Hamas. They've attacked American troops in every place they're stationed there. Now they've lobbed missiles at almost every Arab country to their neighbors. There is no such thing as leaving this regime in charge and having a stable Middle East.
You don't think you could have negotiated, though? I mean,
no,
that was...
Clearly, they've had 27 years to negotiate.
It seems like President Trump's plan is to leave the regime in charge. He wants to do a Venezuela where he finds another IRGC or an Ayatollah who's not the one that they just killed. That's what he said. So the plan is to leave the regime in charge.
A decapitated,
so according to you, that's a terrible plan.
A decapitated regime that has no more missile launchers, no more capabilities for building missiles, no more Navy, no more nuclear program. That's a much better scenario for us than what Barack Obama did in 2009 when the Green Revolution happened in Iran, and he left them completely helpless. And then he sent pallets of cash. He sent pallets of cash to Iran. President Trump sent tomahawks to Iran. I take the tomahawks.
Admiral, President Trump says the U.S. will provide insurance to tankers in the Gulf. And, quote, if necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers to the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. there is danger, obviously, in that mission, but to the larger point we're talking about at the table as well, I mean, what is the likelihood that the United States could trust that there could be autonomy for the Iranians?
So first, I'd say on this Straits of Hormuz, that getting rid of their Navy is good, but that was really not what was threatening the Straits of Hormuz. The two things threatening the Straits are mines, which, you know, you and I could get in a bog hammer and go lay some mines if it was necessary. And it's not like the Iranians are like, we're going to conform with like a Geneva Convention for mine laying, you know, so it was this random mine laying still out there. We're really going to have to do a lot more rubblizing of the naval areas before we can know they're gone. And the other is cruise missiles. And those really put our ships at risk from that short range of shot. So that's going to be I think it's a couple weeks before we can set the conditions to do convoy escorts. And that's a couple more weeks of really hitting things hard, which is why Dan Kane says this is a 3, 4, 5 week kind of mission set. And even then, I don't think the Joint War Council, which is the group of maritime insurers, are going to go along with the U.S. plan here to provide like an insurance of last resort through the DFC. I think they're going to continue to consider it a listed area, which is going to stop anything other than shadow fleet ships of the Iranians from trying to transit the Straits, and we won't be escorting those ships.
Last word?
Yeah, it's clear that this war is expanding, it's escalating, more countries are getting involved, and it's going to have an increasingly damaging effect, not just on the Iranians in the region, but on the U.S. economy. And what the Iranians are betting is that they can take more pain than the Trump administration is willing to take, and that the American economy is willing to take. It's a war of attrition where everybody loses, and in a race to the bottom, our plan is that the Iranians are going to yield, but I'm not sure that that's going to be the case.
Admiral Montgomery, Josh, thank you both. Lulu and Brad, please stick around. We have a lot more ahead. We're waiting to hear from State Representative James Talarico, who is expected to take the stage at any moment, as his race against Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett remains too early to call. Stay with us. We're waiting for James Talarico to take the stage and speak amid a very tight race against Jasmine Crockett in the Texas Senate Democratic primary. Jeff Zeleny is at Talarico headquarters. What can you tell us?
Well, Laura, you can see on the stage behind me here, it's now finally filled with people. Many of these people have been waiting a little over 5 hours here tonight to learn the outcome of this really blockbuster Senate Democratic primary here. I am told that James Talarico is going to be coming out momentarily. He's going to be talking to Texas Democrats, to his supporters, but also perhaps extending an olive branch to the many voters here in Texas who did not support him as he looks forward. I am told he is almost certain to stop short of declaring any type of victory, even though his campaign is quite confident of the showing in this primary. They like the enthusiasm that they saw through early voting, and they like the turnout in many of the urban and rural areas across Texas. However, this race has not been projected. It has not been called. Obviously, it has the extra layer of complication here. His rival, Jasmine Crockett, has said that voters were disenfranchised in Dallas County and perhaps elsewhere. So all of that, I'm told, will be threaded together in this speech that James Talarico is going to give. I'm told he's reworking it right now, probably going to give some version of the speech he always intended or hoped to give. We've seen that in many elections over the years, when even in defeat, some of the candidates often give some of the same themes. So there will be forward-looking themes, of course. He hopes he is the Democratic Party's nominee. Of course, I expect him to talk about the choice and the difference between Democrats and Republicans. We do know that John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, will be facing a runoff. So for the next 2 months, Republicans are doing that, and Democrats are hoping to avoid that and having a straight-on race here. So again, you can see the people gathered behind me here with their Talarico signs. I'm told the candidate himself will be taking the stage shortly. Laura?
Jeff Zeleny, thank you. We're eager to hear what he has to say. I'm back with my panel. Okay, Jeff talked about an olive branch and the delicate threading of a needle, because this has not been called. He wants to be the winner. He wants to look ahead to a general, which means he has to have a bigger tent than just Democrats voting for him. What does that look like? What is that tent comprised of? Who's under it?
Well, first thing you'd have to do is to find a thing where he's going to boldly disagree with the party's consensus. That's how you turn a red state into a winnable purple state, or He's got to pull off a miracle here, and that's going to mean finding something what he can criticize his party on. He hasn't done that yet.
Criticize his own party on.
Has to criticize his own party. He hasn't done that yet. Where's his apostasy going to be? How is he going to be like Joe Manchin? How is he going to be like Kirsten Sinema? I haven't heard that yet from James Tallarico.
I think what's really interesting is that when you see Congressman Cesar, I think it's like a preview of what the messaging is going to be. Not about Republican versus Democrat, but about corruption versus integrity. He gave the highlights of what people are sick of seeing with this president whose approval rating is at 34%, crypto, Bibles, cologne, Epstein files. People are sick. People are sick of that. People are sick of Democrats and stock trading, right? People are just sick of seeing their elected officials grift the system. And I think that's going to be the messaging you're going to hear from Tallarico. That allows for a bigger tent. I think there's a lot of hunger for that in our country right
So
now.
what does it look like over the next 12 weeks, while there's a runoff happening between Cornyn and Paxton? Is it prudent for the Democrat who is going to win here to sort of lay low or just tout their own successes or their own attributes? Or is it a matter of being on the offensive against Republicans?
I mean, grab some popcorn for sure, and use those ads that are going to be brutal to your own effect. But I do think at this point, whomever wins, and it looks at this point like Tallarico might be the person, you take the higher ground, you take the high road. That has been actually true to his message up until this point, which is, I'm a breath of fresh air. I'm coming into what has been a very corrupt system, according to him, in Texas, and I'm here to break that logjam. And of all the candidates, he's actually the only one who is new in that sense, who is unknown and does have a message. Because on the Republican side, you got two guys who got a lot of baggage.
Let me just ask you, do you think that particular style is what Democratic voters on the national scale want, his temperament?
I mean, listen, I think that fight is one that you're seeing right now, right? This is a fight that you are seeing play out in every state across the country. Democrats, I think, don't know what they are. I don't think they have a real sense of what the soul of the party is. You're seeing this even on like who is supposed to be the 2028 candidate. Do you want a fighter who is going to take over, fight with Donald Trump, or do you want someone who's going to be a centrist, who's going to try and bring people together? This is something that has scrambled the Democratic Party 100%, because people don't know, do we want someone who can send this message of unity, or do we want someone that's going to stick it to the man?
Republicans are also having a kind of identity, I don't want to call it a crisis on that issue, but there certainly is division among the party as to what is their style, who do they want. I mean, Cornyn is a four-time senator. It doesn't count for much. He's in a runoff right now. Millions of dollars and millions have been spent, and it's still very close at this point in time. So you've got the idea of money in politics not carrying as much weight, and you've got an incumbent of his degree not being able to rule the day, even without the scandals.
Yeah, I mean, that's why President Trump weighing in or not weighing in is such a massive deal. And we want the Democrats to be pouring money into this race to divert, and so we can use ours on on states that we feel are more competitive. But to your point about what Tallarico needs to do, he doesn't have a day to waste in defining himself as the Republicans get their act together. And I think you hit the nail on the head. He needs to be able to differentiate himself from the party. If we've seen anything from national generic ballot polling, it is that Democrats still have a massive identity problem with the American people. Their brand is tarnished. So how is Tallarico different other than being a seminarian, other than having, giving good speeches? He needs to offer more. He needs to offer a different vision.
But you've seen that with Ruben Gallego in Arizona, for example. I mean,
a lot more conservative state.
Yeah, it is. But what I'm saying is that there is a blueprint here. It's not like there isn't a blueprint for Democrats to sort of, change who they are. If you think of Ruben Gallego, he was on the far, progressive left of the party, and he pivoted to the center to win his Senate race in Arizona. And he took an issue, to your point, like immigration and the border in particular. Not immigration. I hate immigration, isn't the border, et cetera.
Right.
But he took the border and he, made that an issue for himself. And so we'll see what Tallarico
And energy,
does.
too, to some extent, too. He's criticized Democratic policies on cafe standards and those sort of things. Again, James Talarico, though, is the NPR tote bag candidate. He is for everything that NPR fans are for. He is very, very comfortable with upscale, white, educated liberals. That is his wheelhouse. And I have not yet seen anything he's done.
Joe Rogan seemed to want him for president. I don't know. Is he the tote bag person
The fact
you're
that he was
talking about?
willing to go on Joe Rogan is the fact that we now call that a mark of him being a moderate tells you how there just aren't any moderates left in the Democratic Party.
By the way, Joe Rogan also at one point endorsed RFK Jr.
Bernie
He endorsed
Sanders.
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
So he has a mixed bag, and he's again
Is he a mixed
he is a
NPR
nuanced.
bag?
No.
NPR tote bag, you said?
He's a free-thinking, nuanced guy. He takes a little bit of this, he takes a little bit of that, and by the way, that's how a lot of voters are. But in Texas, they are more to the right than they are in the average place. So how does Talarico just do it? I don't know.
I think people have lost a lot of faith in the Democratic Party, especially people who want to believe in good politicians. They see them accepting corporate PAC money. They see them trading stocks. A man of faith like Talarico, who is talking about candidly elevating our conversation back to unity beyond party, I think is going to be really compelling in Texas.
The Washington Examiner, which is a very conservative newspaper, pointed out on the issue of faith, said Talarico's Senate bid is offering a version of Christianity that fits comfortably within the left and giving Democrats uneasy with religion permission to engage with it on their own terms. Is that a larger lesson for Democrats going forward? Or Republicans, frankly?
I think it works for him because that's who he is. I don't think like all of a sudden if you are not that person and you start, bringing out the Bible, it's going to help you. I mean, what I think people are looking for is some degree of authenticity. I mean, this is the big lesson of Trump, among many others, is that love him or hate him, you know who the guy is, right? And so that is something that I think many people, some unsuccessfully, are trying to emulate. The thing about Talarico is that that's who he is. He's a seminarian who has progressive values.
I think it's going to help him with black voters. Jasmine Crockett did very well among black voters tonight. In fact, it's why she's very close in this race. Black voters are the most devout members of the Democratic coalition. And I think James Talarico's comfort
And
talking about
Latinos.
his own faith and Latinos,
And Latinos,
will help
it's gonna
him.
play very well
It's
with
going to
them.
help him bring black voters in, if less Jasmine Crockett wants to have sour grapes, which she might.
Let me ask you about this because, Democrats, they tried in 2018 to win the Senate seat. That failed. They tried in 2022 to win the governor's seat. That also failed. They tried in 2024 again at the Senate, and that failed. Do you think Texas really is in play this year, despite the fact that we're watching, obviously, the primary? Is Texas really in play?
I think there are larger forces where that actually makes that a reality right now. And again, to the point of authenticity, he has promoted himself as a man of faith, a man of integrity. The contrast could not be greater with Trump's pick of, if you take LaCivita's word, Trump's pick with Paxton. There's plenty of baggage there that could really sink him.
Let's listen in. I think we got Talarico getting ready to come onto the stage. I see the crowd. Yep, he is preparing. He is climbing the stairs. He is approaching that lectern. Let's listen.
Thank you. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for staying up. Thank you. Thank you. Tonight, our campaign is shocking the nation. We are still waiting for an official call, but we are confident we've built together. Every vote must be counted. Every voice must be heard. The voter suppression in my home county and in Congresswoman Crockett's home county underscores the gravity of this moment. This movement is about whether the people will hold the power in this state and in this country. We launched this underdog campaign 6 months ago in my hometown of Round Rock, Texas. And since then, tens of thousands of Texans have shown up to rally with us in every corner of the state, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and everywhere in between. We have recruited more than 28,000 volunteers who are organizing in every community across this state. And we have shattered grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime from corporate PACs. This is a people-powered movement to take on this broken, corrupt political system. This is truly a campaign of, by, and for the people. We are not just trying to win an election. We are trying to fundamentally change our politics. And it's working. The number of young people who showed up to vote in this election is unprecedented. The number of Texans who have never voted before but showed up in this election is unprecedented. The number of independents and Republicans who voted in this Democratic primary is unprecedented. This is proof that there is something happening in Texas. Tonight, the people of our state gave this country a little bit of hope. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing. I want to thank y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being in this fight. God bless y'all. Thank you.
You just heard from James Talrico as his primary is too early to call, saying that his election his campaign has shocked the country, giving the country a little bit of hope, which is a very dangerous thing, and describing the voter suppression that he sees not only in Dallas County but also a neighboring county as well. He recognizes that it is too early to call, and they are waiting for a call, but they are, in fact, confident, they say. I want to thank you all so much for watching. We'll now take you to Alex Michelson's breaking news coverage of the war in Iran.
War began on Saturday. CNN has team coverage, Brian Todd in Washington, but let's start with Ivan Watson in Hong Kong. And Ivan, there's a new evacuation order that's at this hour.
That's right. This is from the Israeli military to Lebanon, to the southern suburb of Beirut known as Harat Hareik. So typically after it issues these kind of warnings, you can expect some kind of airstrike or drone strike in the ensuing hours. So something to monitor. The tempo of the fighting between Israel, the Israeli military, and the Iran-backed Hezbollah militia in Lebanon has stepped up. Hezbollah announced that it was involved in at least 13 different kinds of engagements throughout the day on Tuesday, claiming to have targeted Israeli tanks, fired longer-range projectiles into Israel, and also claiming to have shot down a drone. The Israeli military has stepped up its bombardment of different parts of Lebanon, as well as said that it has moved some ground units across the border into southern Lebanon, while demanding that more of the south be evacuated of civilians. The Lebanese government has declared for the first time this week that Hezbollah is illegal and it would not allow further launches onto Israel, but it has clearly not been able to enforce that ban, and it is civilians, as always, caught in the middle, with more than 58,000 Lebanese civilians now displaced and a growing death toll, at least 50 people killed. The Lebanese state news agency is reporting that 5 people have been killed when a 4-story residential building in the city of Baalbek was demolished by a strike, and that emergency teams are digging to try to rescue other people buried under the rubble. Another warning that Israel issued was to Iranian officials in Lebanon, giving them only 24 hours to leave or they could be targeted. Presumably that would be to diplomats, saying that they will no longer be safe in the country. Alex.
And Ivan, we're learning that Iran has hit U.S. assets, including a consulate in Dubai, a CIA station in Saudi Arabia, and a U.S. base in Qatar. What more do you know on that?
Yeah, those are just the latest U.S. installations and facilities that we believe have been hit by Iran's barrage of missile and drone strikes. The Secretary of State of the U.S., Marco Rubio, confirmed that the U.S. consulate in Dubai was hit. No reports of injuries there. Al Udeid base in Qatar was hit as well. The CIA station in Riyadh, the Saudi capital, hit on Monday as well. And you've had the U.S. State Department authorizing non-emergency personnel to leave from a number of consular facilities. And that just adds to other U.S. installations that have been repeatedly struck. The headquarters of the 5th Navy Fleet in Bahrain in the first days of this new conflict, the U.S. base in Erbil in northern Iraq. Meanwhile, we're seeing some moves by Gulf countries to crack down. For example, Qatar announcing that it had detained at least 10 people suspected of links to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, either accusing them of spying on Qatari military installations or carrying out acts of sabotage, with the Qatari news agency saying that they found maps and coordinates with Qatari defense installations in the possession of these individuals. Kuwait saying that an 11-year-old girl was killed by shrapnel following after some of these projectiles were intercepted. Meanwhile, the death toll continues to rise inside Iran. More than 1,000 people reported killed. The Iranian military says it has struck the headquarters of the Basij militia and other internal security headquarters. Those are some of the organs of the security forces that have used such deadly force to kill Iranian protesters that have dared to come out in the streets earlier in January and in previous uprisings in recent years. Alex.
See that the entire region is impacted in such a big way based off of your reporting. Ivan Watson, thank you. To Brian Todd now, live in Washington, D.C. Brian, talk to us about the Americans who are stuck in the Middle East. What are they supposed to do?
Well, Alex, that's what they're asking, and they're not getting many answers, frankly, at this hour. It really is a state of kind of chaos, confusion, anxiety for so many Americans, thousands of them, stranded in the Middle East. President Trump himself admitted earlier that they didn't have a plan to evacuate Americans before the strikes started, and the fallout from that is being felt right now in cities all over the Middle East among Americans stranded there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that more than 1,500 U.S. citizens had requested assistance from the U.S. government in trying to relocate. Rubio said he's confident that they're going to be able to get every American out who wants to get out. Administration officials looking at military aircraft and charter flights to try to facilitate all that. But in a video message that Marco Rubio sent out earlier, he gave a number, a State Department number, 202 number, for the State Department in Washington that people could call if they want assistance. Take a look at a recording of what at least some callers got earlier.
If you are calling about the crisis in the Middle East, please press 1. If not, press 2. Please do not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation at this time. There are currently no United States evacuation points. Please continue to check the embassy's website for updated information. In the event of ongoing military action,
Now, it's not all automation that you're getting and that frustration that so many callers at customer service lines feel all over the world when they call some of these places. You do get a live person if you follow a couple of prompts, if you call that number. And I got a live person a short time ago and asking about possibly evacuating a person from, and I picked a country that's affected by this, from Saudi Arabia. And that person told me that there are, quote, no evacuations going on right now. She told me to go to step.state.gov. STEP standing for Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. So I went to that website, and it gives general information on conditions in different countries. And I selected Saudi Arabia. It told Americans in Saudi Arabia, you've got to shelter in place and avoid the U.S. Embassy there because it had been attacked. You compare that to other countries like the UK, France, Italy, and Czechia. They are scrambling planes as we speak to try to get their citizens out of the region. It looks like U.S. officials, Alex, are playing catch-up at this point, and the fallout is just kind of some chaos and real confusion and anxiety for Americans who are stranded there. Alex.
And that cannot be what they want to hear as they're watching late tonight and thinking about where they're going to go, or in the morning in the Middle East right now. Brian Todd, thank you so much. The Pentagon has identified 4 of the 6 U.S. service members who were killed in an Iranian drone strike in Kuwait. They are 35-year-old Captain Cody Cork, 42-year-old Sergeant First Class Noah Teachins, 39-year-old Sergeant First Class Nicole Amor, and 20-year-old Sergeant Declan Cody. All 4 were assigned to an Army Reserve sustainment a unit out of Iowa. 2 other soldiers were killed on Sunday. They have not yet been identified. Our condolences, of course, go out to all of their families. The big story in politics, it is election night in Texas, where it is now election morning, and a legal battle is brewing over the U.S. Senate Democratic primary. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett and State House Representative James Tallarico are locked in a close race. You see, Tallarico is ahead, but there is confusion over where to vote in some places, which prompted election officials to extend hours. Now the Texas Supreme Court has weighed in, saying those provisional ballots may not count. Meanwhile, the Republican candidates headed for a runoff. Neither incumbent Senator John Cornyn nor Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton got the required 50% of the vote, so they will go head-to-head in May. Let's go live to CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is live in Austin, Texas. Jeff is live at the Tallarico campaign. Jeff, we just heard from him.
We did, Alex. Just a few moments ago, James Tallarico addressed his supporters who are now dwindling, but boy, did they stick this out for 5 or 6 hours here for him to appear on stage. And look, James Tallarico stopped short of declaring victory. However, his campaign is very confident of what they have been seeing all night long with these numbers. But instead, Tallarico said that every vote should be counted. He called out voter suppression, in his words, in his home county of Williamson County. And he said there were similar issues in Jasmine Crockett's hometown of Dallas. And he said those votes should be counted. But he also said that Texas sent an unmistakable message to the nation. He called it a hopeful message. So James Tallarico clearly is looking forward to running a much longer race here, looking forward toward the fall. It is mathematically very difficult for Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett to make up that difference. But one of the reasons this race has not been called is there's enough election day vote out there in Dallas County, also in counties in many areas of Texas, that the race is not yet being projected. So James Tallarico effectively splitting the difference, again expressing confidence, stopping short of declaring victory, even as he calls on his message of economic populism. He said politics is not about left and right, it should be about top versus bottom. Clearly looking forward to trying to do something that Democrats have not done in Texas in a very long time, that is win a U.S. Senate seat. He was not born the last time that happened. Lloyd Bentsen in 1988 was the last Democratic U.S. Senator reelected here in Texas. He was born 1 year later. But for now, at least, this race will have to go on at least one more day until there are more votes that come in. But there is no question that James Tallarico believes he is on the verge of victory, at least, and will take on one of the Republican candidates who are now going to be locked in a runoff battle, Senator John Cornyn, of course, in the fight of his political life, seeking a 5th term versus Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. So, Alex, for now at least, this was the opening round of the midterm elections, and Democrats are hoping to get some enthusiasm and perhaps some guidance as they go forward about what type of candidates could win this year.
And Jeff, it's interesting. We're now listening to Selena Quintanilla, singing behind you, recording, which is a reminder that the Latino vote came in big for James Tallarico, which was key to what appears to be a victory. We'll see. But what happens next in terms of the legal challenge? Where do we go from here, and when could we get a final result?
Well, that is a question that will likely be not resolved until the sun comes up. However, some votes are still being counted, and other counties go home and count them in the morning. So more election day vote needs to be added to all of the early vote. An extraordinary number, a record-setting number of early votes were cast here, some 1.4 million. So once more election day vote is counted, my guess is there will be a projection in this race. But that does not necessarily resolve all the legal issues. Congresswoman Crockett said that she is going to keep her options open. The Texas Supreme Court stepped in as well. We will have to see where this legal battle goes. But a bigger political question, Alex, is does this affect party unity at all going forward? Right. If Democrats are going to have even a chance at doing something that they have not done in a very long time,
turn a seat blue, of course they'll have to be unified. But for now, at least, certainly a big night in Texas. And for James Tallarico, a fairly unknown figure at the beginning of this race, certainly is a well-known one, at least in Texas now.
Yeah, you're pointing out the fact that if Jasmine Crockett's supporters, especially her black supporters, feel like they have been disenfranchised, do they then not show up in November and sit this one out, making it almost impossible for Tallarico to win? We'll see potentially what happens in the next coming days, and the way the two of them talk about this could impact that. Jeff Zeleny, thank you for staying up late for us. Great to have you live after midnight in Austin. Let's bring in Jeremy Wallace, also staying up late for us, political writer for the Houston Chronicle. What a story for you. Jeremy, your big takeaway in terms of what's going on right now and sort of breaking down what's happening.
Yeah, well, look, first of all, we've never seen turnout like this in a midterm election in a primary season ever in Texas. We're already breaking all kinds of records, and it's because of that Democratic, primary, obviously. That Senate race really drew a lot of people. Well, look, the Republicans had a huge turnout too, but combined, you see, we're breaking all these records. And look at what, Tallarico has done here. Jasmine Crockett did really well in Houston and Dallas so far, places where we thought that she was going to do well, and that was going to get her to the victory. But as y'all pointed out earlier, it's like, look what Tallarico did with the Latino vote. If you looked at what's happening in the Rio Grande Valley, what's happened in San Antonio, and even up into Austin, he's had just dominating performances there that really helped counterbalance everything that we thought were going to be Jasmine Crockett's strengths.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how messy the next few days gets, because earlier in the night, it seemed like Tallarico might have had sort of the perfect storm where he could win, and you have a situation where on the Republican side, it would get messy between the two of them. Months of them spending money, fighting each other, bringing each other down to give Tallarico a potential lane. What would be necessary for a Democrat to win Texas, the white whale for the Democrats for such a long time now?
Yeah, right. Look, the data tells us that it's a possibility. Look, I know people are looking at this last presidential race and saying, look, it was even close. Trump easily won. But you have to really go back to that 2018 midterm cycle. Remember, Beto O'Rourke lost by 215,000 votes. Since that time, we added 2.8 million voters to the voter rolls in Texas. And a lot of those people, most of them have been along the I-35 corridor, which I call the blue spine of Texas. That has become Democratic as it's gotten more diverse and more urban. So what Tallarico or Crockett, if she were somehow able to pull this off, what they have to do is look at this race as, okay, if Beto O'Rourke can get it within 215 and we have 2.8 million voters, the math tells you it's possible. You just have to have a good candidate. So what Tallarico needs to do is get that Hispanic excitement to continue on to the fall, but then he's going to have a reckoning with those supporters for Jasmine Crockett, as y'all were talking about. It's like he has to make sure they stay on board and they come out to vote, because that's the key. That's what made Jasmine Crockett such a good candidate for Democrats on the surface, was that she was going to be able to get people in Houston and Dallas to vote that haven't voted in years because of who she is and where she comes from. And Tallarico needs to figure out a way to get those people to stay on board.
And if it is, in fact, Tallarico, does Jasmine Crockett help with that? Will be an interesting thing to watch as well. Meanwhile, let's talk about what's going on with the Republicans. So you've got John Cornyn, this establishment leader in the Senate, who is being challenged by Ken Paxton, who has all sorts of legal problems. And yet it is really close. President Trump has not gotten involved so far. How do you see that going from here, and what side potentially do you think the president weighs in on, if he does?
Well, if I'm John Cornyn, I'm liking what the numbers look like right now. If he looks like he's the leader coming out of this primary, that's going to be really important for him to go to Trump and say, look, I'm the leader. You want to back the winner, right? Because we know Trump doesn't want to, endorse somebody who ends up losing. So if there's a chance to get a Trump endorsement in the runoff, Cornyn has to be ahead of Paxton. There's no way he's getting it if he's behind it. So he's already checked that box off, right? So that's a key component right there. But, and look, we're already hearing from, the Cornyn camp, or these people who are working with them, that they're going to bring even more negative attention to Ken Paxton. It's going to be a war. This is going to be, throw your TV in the garbage, because you're going to get so many TV ads in Texas from Houston to Dallas. No matter where you are, you're going to get pounded, when we get into this midterm, into the runoff.
And even if you don't live in Texas, the reason to care about this is there's basically no path for Democrats to win back the Senate if they don't win Texas, which is why this whole thing is so important, not only around the country, but around the world. Jeremy Wallace, thank you for staying up late, although you would have already been up, because what a crazy night in Texas politics. Yeah. Thank you so much. Great to talk with you.
You betcha. Thanks a lot.
We will have more on the military conflict in Iran when we come back. Still ahead, how U.S. lawmakers are reacting after a briefing from Trump officials late tonight.